All right, I am going to get started here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to New Orleans and welcome to Unreal Fest. I'm super excited to be here. Hopefully you are as well. And it's really good to be back here after the last year. So last year was incredible, but a lot of stuff has happened since. So first off, I'm Jeremiah Grants. I'm a product director on UEFN in the creator platform. So that's covering UEFN and creative, all those tools. Oh, I forgot my clicker. All right. In essence, my job is to build the best possible tools so you can create connected and immersive and engaging experiences. And all this started, surprisingly, just about 6 months ago when we released and announced this at GDC this year, back in March. We were super excited to share these tools with everybody and see what the developers and creators were going to do with it. But we really had no idea just how far you guys would push the tools. And that's always my favorite part, releasing a tool and being surprised by the creations rather than just already knowing what people will make with it. And this was definitely the case. In short, oh, hey, look at that. There's gonna be a highlight reel here, by the way. You guys blew, you guys blew us away with your creativity. And let's watch a quick reel of where we are now. What the heck? Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna keep moving forward. Bang, boom, and then at the end, maybe I'll load up the video so we can watch that. Oh wait, no, I think I can double click. There's gotta be a way. All right, yeah, I'm not gonna waste time with that. It's really cool, you guys did great. As this picture shows. It worked yesterday. All right, so today I'm gonna be talking about the new features and capabilities that are coming out in the very near term and looking out a little bit into next year. I'm not going to be diving too deep into kind of where all this stuff is going. Bjorn is gonna be talking about that later today, and I highly recommend checking out his talk. It's called The Future of Creative and UEFN. You'll get a glimpse of where we're headed through that. I find it really helpful to think about what we need to build and how we build it through the needs of the platform through these pillars. I view them as creativity, control, craftsmanship, and community. And yes, it was tricky finding a C for each one of those, but we managed it. And this is where, or how we describe them. The creativity pillar really focuses on creating unique experiences, something that feels completely distinct, something that is very different from Fortnite Battle Royale. These are new types of gameplay that really deviates from what traditionally comes to mind when we think of Fortnite. The control pillar is focusing on the tools to drive engagement, to really curate the experience of the player and keep them coming back because they really love that, the story that you've crafted. This is gonna also be things like rewarding for achievements or being able to have persistence and reacting to the decisions that your players made while playing. The craftsmanship pillar focuses more on being able to have the tools to refine and iterate and optimize so you have an appealing experience across all platforms. So having the same quality and the same, by quality of experience, I mean like they have the same story. It feels like you're on the same game, whether you're on a Switch or you're on a high-end PC, it feels the same. And then community is all about building experiences and sharing them with people. At the end of the day, experiences are meant to be shared, stories are meant to be told, and that's really where we're focusing here. For now, I'm gonna cover these three, not because community isn't important, but because we have some amazing talks about it later, and I will point you to those near the end of this session. Ooh, that's bright. So many of the incredible experiences, so many incredible experiences have already been created by all of you using the Fortnite Creative Toolset and using UEFN. But there's still so much more to do, and UEFN is still very much in early days. As in mentioned earlier, just 6 months, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. So that being said, we do also have a bit of catching up to do on the UEFN toolset. One of the things that we often hear from the community is we want the ability to have more control over the cameras, more control over the character, over the player, And these are a couple screenshots that I think I took last week. Something I'm super excited to showcase. So we are going to be having a couple different devices that allow you to create different types of cameras. One of them is the fixed point camera. This is a configurable gameplay camera that doesn't move, but it'll always pivot, kind of look at a player or some other location that you define. We also have the fixed perspective camera. This one does move and follow the character and frames the character, but won't rotate. And then, of course, in order to have those types of things, you need to be able to control the way the character moves. So there will be a controls device that will let you move your character detached from the way that the camera is facing. So through these, you get things like top-down games, side-scrollers, things I probably never even thought of. And as you can see in the larger video, you're going to be able to blend in and out of any of these at any time. So you'll be able to create games that flow through all these different styles. So what's next? Right now-ish, if you guys have seen our roadmap that we posted online, has some of these things. Now-ish, we're looking at being able to visually edit your UI, bringing in some more of the tools that already exist in UE into UEFN. Also being able to manipulate the existing HUD elements of Creative and Fortnite so you can really customize the way that those things are laid out rather than trying to work around it. Looking forward a little bit more, I already mentioned the cameras and controls previously, but also items and inventories. This is being able to create your own custom items that people can carry around in their inventory. This is slightly separate from props, but we can talk about that more. So if you want to be able to go and buy turnips and sell turnips, you can do that. And you'll be able to apply these inventories to the player character, to NPCs, and be able to control all those things. And that takes me to NPCs, or non-playable characters. We've been substantially expanding out the capabilities of these, and you may have seen that through our Stronghold template that we released a little earlier this year. And we're continuing to push this forward. So you're going to be able to have, import your own custom mesh and add a couple animations onto it. It's going to be fairly limited at the beginning, but we're going to expand that pretty rapidly. You're also going to be able to have more skins available to you for your experiences. This also will make it so you'll be able to apply your own custom animations onto those characters. We're also expanding out the AI capabilities and tying in this concept of modifiers. So you can say this NPC has an inventory, this NPC has some level of something. I can't remember the word. There's a whole bunch of modifiers. So you can really refine the way that your NPCs behave, and you can use those as assets, so you can reload those and apply them in a bunch of different places rather than having to define it on every single device. So that makes it so it's transferable between projects much easier as well. And then moving forward even more, eventually, visual scripting with Verse. This is something that I'm very passionate about. One of the big strengths of the Unreal Editor is being able to use blueprints, and this is something that we get asked constantly is, when will we have blueprints? Blueprints in their current state isn't something that's necessarily coming in, but the behavior of blueprints is something that we want to have inside UEFN. And as we're developing out Verse, we need to have that same representation, same editor to be able to place these components together, stitch them together in a very visual way. And then in order to manipulate your worlds and have control over all aspects of it, we're building out the component scene graph, entity component scene graph. This is the way the world is described, and with that, and through Verse being able to manipulate it, you will have significantly more control over what's happening during your gameplay. And this is actually going to be the big inflection points of when much more of the tech is going to start rolling in. Next, I want to shift over to control. As I mentioned before, this is being able to really craft your story and curate your player's experience. And through that, you're going to be able to reward them, and through that, build more engaging content. This is where we start touching on persistence, and right now, it's actually mostly focused on getting us to parity with creative. I'm reading my notes. Okay, yeah. So the save point device is something that we've had on a roadmap we've been working on, and is imminent. It's just about out there. It allows you to save your progress as a player and be able to come back and either have that same experience or have the experiences evolve based off of those decisions. And the other devices like the timer, tracker, and switch devices, those already have a level of persistence in creative, but we're going to bring that also into UEFN, bridging that gap. This type of work is essential also for taking your creative islands that you may have already built and migrating back and forth in between, or shouldn't say back and forth, I think it's just back, into UEFN to iterate without breaking those devices. And then next, expanding this is the Verse Save API. This is making it so you'll be able to store stats and progress directly through Verse. And this will be through a tagging system. It's a little later down the road, but it's the direction that persistence as a concept is evolving inside of UEFN. And inside of just kind of the entire creative platform. Next, when I built this slide, it wasn't released yet, but customizable lobbies, little story, because this is story time for all of us. When I arrived here in New Orleans, I got here on the weekends and had the opportunity to go to a haunted house. And the mood was set well before I even got in the front door. In fact, you guys should definitely check out a haunted house here if that's your thing. It was something that got us really like amped up and like already maybe a little frightened before we got in. And that's what lobbies is all about. How do you set the mood? How do you bring people into it? How do you get them excited about the adventure they're about to go on? This is, like I said, this is out now. You can check out our documentation and start building these into your experiences. So what's next? Now-ish is persistent devices, matchmaking for parties. I think playtest groups maybe just came out. Thank you. Yes, yes. I've been busy. So much of this stuff is constantly moving, and rather than spending all of my time making sure that this thing is perfect, I want to say, here's all the stuff that we're pushing forward. Player progression is, that's kind of like through the accolades and XP. You guys have already seen some of that work. And time management devices is something that will be coming up in a little bit. And this is more, how do I manage the time in my world and how do I react to it? So what if I want to have, 4-hour days that are compressed into 15-minute chunks, and then every 15 minutes, a plant grows a little more, something like that. Like you can start stitching this together and reacting to time overall and over multiple sessions. Then moving forward a little bit more, again, you're going to see Verse pop up through all of these. And so rather than focusing on Verse individually, I just really want to highlight that Verse is an underlying piece and component of all of the features that we're developing. So building out persistence within the Verse API, fleshing out and getting to a point where you can iterate faster using some levels of live editing, and then expanding out the types of of analytics and giving you the tools that you need to be able to craft your experiences based off of the way that your players are interacting. So all that stuff is really exciting, and I think is what's going to be the difference between making just an experience and being able to craft something that just keeps people coming back and enjoying and wanting to see what's next. Craftsmanship is about iteration, as I mentioned. If you've ever been to a carnival and you played ring toss, it's like you got the little ring, you try and throw it on little beer bottles or something like that. You rarely get it on the first try. Generally, I mean, my strategy is I grab a handful of rings and I just throw it at the bottles. Still, rarely do I get it. This is kind of what it's about. How do we give you the tools to iterate faster and get to the point where you're able to find that magic moment and build something that's actually unique and meaningful and special to you. If you don't have the tools to iterate quickly, then rarely are you going to be able to build the experiences that you really want to build. Some of these come down to creator efficiency. A couple of tools that we're working on. There's project management tools. This is being able to duplicate your levels, rename them, archive them. So being able to snapshot different pieces and go back and forth or play test different versions. And then, as you know, you have access to a very broad library of content that's already in Fortnite's. But a lot of those things, you're not able to open up the textures or open up the meshes and see what's going on. So we'll be starting with the texture and static meshes, so you'll be able to open those up in a read-only state and still see what's actually going on so you can build better content. And then debugging and profiling, this is a huge one. And I think we've had this request from so many folks, so I'm really excited to share this piece. Being able to visualize where and what is happening in your island and know where to spend your time optimizing is critical. Otherwise, you're just kind of shooting in the dark. So there's a whole tool set that's in development right now for creating heat maps and then giving you the information you need to make the changes that are necessary to get the fidelity that you want. So what's on the dock here? We got the localization support is also coming. This is leveraging a lot of the UE tech and moving those into UEFN, making it so you have a consistent tool set. Build something so you can have the same, again, quality of experience, the same appealing experience for your entire audience. We're continuing to expand the content libraries. We're going to see more and more content be available, and this is something that's just going to continue to roll out. Those content libraries are already designed to be highly optimized and ready for all your cross-platform play. And then more optimization tools for non-developers. This is making sure that you don't have to become an expert or a specialist in order to make something that runs well for everybody. Diving into community. I know I mentioned at the beginning of the talk that I wasn't going to talk about this too much, but I couldn't really help it because, after all, that's what we're all here about. You guys are all our community, so me getting able to be here and foster and support and talk to you guys individually is one of the joys of working at Epic. And so I have to talk about this in some way. Discover is continuing to evolve. Some things like content recommendations was just released a little bit ago, and we'll see text search come in as well. I am not going to dive any more into this because Kent Rollins has an amazing Q&A session later. But I will give a quick high level of some of the things that are coming along. Many of these things have already been released or are coming very soon. Looking forward, we really want to give creators more ways to measure player behavior, be able to build things that are, gotta write my notes. Measure player behavior, be able to react to their experiences. And this is stuff that I mentioned earlier, but it's also how do we surface that so that you can make those decisions faster. Also, really focusing on connected and engaging experiences. So in order to be connected and build these engaging experiences, being engaged in this shouldn't just be for the players. It should also be for the building process. I think that's something that is very special about these types of platforms. It's building through play, building through the connected social experience. So providing more ways to collaborate, both in creative and in UEFN, is essential. Making sure that you can have this seamless experience, iterate with your teams, whether you're building something that you want to play just with your friends, or you want to publish something to the world, that should still be a fun experience for you. And as I mentioned earlier, here are a bunch of additional sessions that are deep diving into community aspects. I definitely recommend taking a look at as many of these as you can. You're gonna get tips and tricks from people that are already experts at this. In fact, I bet some of you in here are probably giving some of these talks. And it's gonna be the type of information that can take you to the next level of engaging your experience, engaging your community now, and also get a glimpse into where we're taking this going forward. Speaking of having these types of open discussions, I really love having the opportunity to talk directly with you guys. And I love hearing what's working, but more importantly, I love hearing how we can improve. We've heard a lot of feedback, and some of the things that I showed already addresses some of that feedback. At the end of the day, we're not building tools for Epic, we're building tools for all of us. And at the end of the day, we're building tools for storytellers. So here are a couple items that have been raised that I think are really important to acknowledge. Being able to react to the moderation, ensuring that we're able to build these safe experiences for everyone is critical. We also need to know how you can adapt your content to ensure that it fits within those guidelines. We've been improving our moderation messaging, and we're improving the moderation process overall to reduce some of those false positives that you may have seen. And definitely want to acknowledge that build stability has been a concern, and it's something that we're continuing to evolve as well. We're building in new review processes, we're extending the way that we're testing the content before we release, and overall hoping to see that build stability increase dramatically going forward. And like I mentioned before, I do love feedback. Here are two places where you can give us active feedback. One is the Epic developer community site through the forums, the FN Create forums, and the other is through our Discord. We have a very active Discord. If you're not already in there, you definitely should be. Our community team is constantly in there gathering information. In fact, a lot of the developers and the product teams are also there, and you can ask questions directly and speak directly with them. We also gather all of the concerns and all of the feedback there and process it internally in the team and try and find ways to address those. And I would be remiss if I didn't point you to where you can continue to follow along with the roadmap. So fn.gg/roadmap, or this massive QR code. You can find a roadmap. We try and update it regularly. We'll probably be updating it about quarterly, though I'm sure that if there are some major features that we want to shift over that got released, we'll probably update as well. Our goal really is to ensure that you know what to expect and how to build your type of content rather than just waiting for surprises to pop up. And with that, I would love to thank you all. I'm going to open it up for some Q&A and leave this slide up for a whole bunch of more UEFN and Verse talks that are happening this week. Thank you, everybody. don't think, all right, you're gonna have to yell somebody and then, all right, up front.
I got a specific question regarding what you mentioned.
Let's go ahead and get started here. So today we're going to be discussing fabulous content, online marketplaces, UEFN, and beyond. First, we're going to be discussing 5 topics for our agenda today. We're going to start with sharing a little bit about my company, Dekogon Studios, and we're going to delve into what I like to call the cycle of recognition, how we establish our presence in the digital marketplace, and finally, we'll touch on some future ideas and upcoming changes to consider when thinking about marketplaces. For a lot of you I've met, hello again, and for those that I haven't, my name is Crumpler. I'm the founder and art director of Dekogon Studios. We've been in business for about over 5 years now. We started Dekogon Studios when I was working at just a couple of different studios, and then I kind of wanted to do something different. And so from there, before that, I worked at Coalition, Bethesda, Kixeye, Army Game Studio, Midwinter Entertainment, and a bunch of various independent contract studios for freelance work. My main focus is on creating environment art, guiding artistic direction, and I'm particularly fond of working on materials and shaders. I had the privilege to collaborate with institutions such as Think Tank, CGMA, Epic Games, CG Spectrum, Digital Tutors, and others to develop educational valuable lessons for game development. And it's important to note that I didn't have any background in business development. I didn't attend school for it, and so most of what I learned has been through my direct experience of what I've achieved so far. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. So let's dive into a bit more about Dekogon Studios itself. So Dekogon Studios, we're an outsourcing studio consisting of over 100 talented international artists who we collaborate with regularly. Our collective expertise enables us to create content tailored to the needs of industry professionals. We create stuff for businesses, students, clients, all sorts of things. We've assembled a strong team of skilled and talented artists, and those specialties range from all sorts of different game engines, projects, basically anything you could possibly think of. And while we do work in Unity and other engines, a significant portion, if not the majority of the work we do is in Unreal Engine. And that's been our primary kind of focus for most of our endeavors. So let me share a little bit of backstory about how Dekogon became to be, and that will kind of give us some context as to where we're going to get to later on with our little talk here. So we've evolved in the past 5 years, like I said, into a full-fledged outsourcing studio. We took several steps to reach this point, and I kind of like to walk you through them so you get some context of how pretty much this could be done by anyone with a certain drive and what they want it to do. That's their particular focus. First, it began with an idea, the concept of providing international talent and creating game-ready content for production use. This idea sprouted from my experience at another studio where we were struggling to find the right artist for the particular roles that we were looking for, especially due to a lot of international barriers like visas and other logistics. So the thought emerged, what if we could work with international artists on a remote contractual basis on a regular? So the thought emerged from there, and then basically this was before the area pre-COVID, so I was like, why not just do it fully remote? There's no real reason to have a building, a brick and mortar building. So let's do it fully remote and do it from everyone's home. And basically, regardless of what kind of artist you are or where you're located within the world, as long as you're a skilled artist, that's all that mattered to me. As long as you had the ability and skill and you were excited to take the drive. This helps to also reduce the overhead and lessen the focus on business specifically so that we can instead keep most of our focus on art and content. From there, we moved into collaborating with talented artists to create content for Marketplace. This was over 5 years ago, and this was an initial effort that helped us to establish our reputation in the online marketplace as a consistent provider of high-quality content. Gradually, we found ourselves drawn to outsourcing work. This was kind of a natural flow. This wasn't our intention up front, and so it's always interesting to see how you kind of find yourself in these positions later on as you kind of evolve your business and what you want to do in your career. Clients who had purchased our marketplace content began to request custom outsourcing work and projects. This shift led us to the next phase, which was education at the very end. Working closely with various outsourced clients made us realize that the importance of not only educating our own artists, but also helping those others in the industry. We started to develop educational lessons and career guidance for aspiring artists, both within different studios, external groups, as well as our own newer artists seeking to enhance their understanding of skills of their process and pipelines. And this was something that came up a lot because a lot of studios would be like, hey, we like your work. We like working with you in an outsourced studio. Do you have any lessons or anything that you teach your artists, or how are they able to achieve what they're able to achieve? And so that kind of led us to that educational goal. As I mentioned earlier, for the first decade of my career in the game industry, I had the privilege of teaching and collaborating with a lot of artists. And during that time, I harbored a desire to work with a lot of like-minded professionals and produce essentially just fun, awesome game art on an international scale. And that was where Dekogon was born from. So the primary goal of Dekogon was to support these artists, allowing us to elevate our craft and showcase our exceptional skills in a commercial setting. Initially, our focus, as I said, was just creating outstanding content for commercial distribution without getting tied down to any specific art styles or genres. And this approach provided us a lot of freedom up front to explore our creative potential and demonstrate our diverse skill sets while also being able to produce content for the marketplace. And I think this is really valuable and important because essentially having that freedom up front allowed us to really identify what our critical skills were and what we could essentially present to as an outsourcing company. Since then, our growth has been pretty remarkable. We've offered over 250 marketplace packs on the Unreal Marketplace. We have about 7,000 assets for sale, and they're being used in over 100 games and projects and productions. These assets are acquired through purchases as well as direct outsourcing collaborations with those various clients. It's been quite a journey, and I believe our commitment and hard work to our artists shine through the quality of our work. Each asset we create for the marketplace reflects dedication and the effort our team puts into delivering top-notch quality content. As I mentioned earlier, outsourcing was not our initial focus when we began this journey. It emerged naturally through the relationship we built with our clients and that we connected on the market with who we connected with on the marketplace and through various sales channels. This unexpected avenue allowed us to establish a more sustainable source of revenue, and this in turn enabled us to support artists we collaborate with, creating additional job opportunities and fulfilling the dreams of many artists that had long aspired to work in games but faced geographic or economic constraints. We had the privilege of partnering with numerous clients and customers, leading to our expertise and abilities to bring their games and projects to life. One of the more interesting projects we just finished wrapping up on was Remnant 2. It's a really enjoyable endeavor. It was really fun. The art style was really awesome. If you haven't checked it out, definitely do. It's a really cool game, and tons of our content artists worked on that game for a number of years. You can find some of that work at our ArtStation page. But this is probably one of the more recent highlights from our commitment to quality and collaboration. And in addition to our outsourcing efforts, as I said, we also ventured in education initiatives. Having experience teaching and creating content for various platforms over the course of my career, I discovered my passion with working with artists to help them learn and advance their careers, deepening their understanding of the craft. So at Dekogon, we had the privilege of contributing education over the past few years through platforms like ArtStation Learning and Unreal Online Learning. This has allowed us to provide aspiring artists with valuable skills and knowledge. Back when I started in the industry, I didn't have it as open access to many of these resources specifically devoted to Unreal Engine or game art development. Like, I learned a lot about how to make games in general or how to make content in general, but having that specific technical knowledge is truly valuable. So it's truly fulfilling for me to pay it forward and help the next generation of artists gain a better grasp of that craft and create content for games of the future. Now, without dwelling too much more on our company, let me share with you 2 brief-minute videos showcasing some of our recent work that we've done. These projects were designed with a focus on learning and education initiatives in collaboration with Epic Games. The first video features a cyberpunk alley we created for ArtStation Learning, while the second showcases the Northwood town we designed for Unreal Online Learning. Both these projects are available for download in the marketplace. The Northwood project is offered for free for learners, and you can also purchase the cyberpunk alley if it piques your interest. Sweet. Now let's take a look at the Northwoods project. Now, both of those were created as education initiatives that I had said. So basically, they were meant to demonstrate how essentially anyone could make a AAA kind of quality level content in Unreal for game development. And that's been the focus for a lot of our educational initiatives that we had. Sorry about that. There we go. So next thing we're going to talk about is what I like to call the cycle of recognition. So cycle of recognition is basically how we think about essentially how we become what we are as a company. So it's really challenging at first to kind of picture the grand vision way in front of you. And so seeing this cycle of recognition can kind of help us to grasp what the steps or what are the gates that we're going to need to cross through till we reach the point in which we get to that place in which we're after. So the first is the crucial step of establishing credibility or brand recognition. So this essentially means proving that you're a credible source and you're capable of creating professional style quality content for real world use. Whether you're an individual or a company, this step is incredibly vital. And this is the very first step that every artist or every business owner basically has to go over as a first step or gate. Next is the demonstration of skill. This involves showing other people that you have the ability to back up the credentials that you're showing. So your portfolio, your demo reel, past client work, these are all ways to demonstrate that you can deliver the results that people are looking for. It's basically saying, look, I can do this, I'm showing you I can do this, and I can do this for you as well. And the final part is increasing commercial interest. And this is the good, happy part at the end. As you establish your credibility and showcase your skills, more companies, studios, individuals will become more interested in the work that you're producing, and they'll be more interested in working with you on a commercial basis. So understanding this cycle is essential because as you progress through it, your outcomes will improve and you'll grow and advance as a company or as an individual. We'll continue to talk about this concept for the rest of our talk here today, but this just gives you a general idea of what that cycle kind of begins to look like. So it's important to understand the cycle of recognition doesn't follow the same path for everyone. So Dekogon's path is going to be completely different than everyone else's here path if you take this kind of challenge on yourself. So some cycles are going to be more productive as well, leading to better clients and more work, while others might not be as fruitful and might be a little frustrating at times. So the initial stages of the cycle, especially when you're first starting out, can be quite challenging, as you're going to be striving to build your reputation and credibility through your portfolio and gain traction in the marketplace, essentially. In the case of Dekogon, our journey followed a certain path. We established credibility through portfolio work. From there, we ventured into creating marketplace content. Then our buyers purchase marketplace content and desire more custom content than we had originally produced. And then we begin working with those smaller clients, often indie games and smaller studios to begin with. And then we crafted content for them, therefore adding content to our portfolio. And then we had more real-world examples of our ability and skill in our portfolios, and therefore led to higher and bigger clients that were more interested in more commercial work. So this is all super important to kind of remember. All these things can lead to the next thing. So no step is without importance before the next, or relative to the others. Now that we've established that cycle, let's talk about some of the parts to focus on and how to reach those checkpoints in your cycle. The first we discussed is about establishing credibility. So building a trust as a skilled game artist or company can be challenging, but it's important because there's various individuals, studios, and companies in the industry seeking particular talents. So the primary way that we assess if somebody possesses those skills for a project they need is basically examining your portfolio and understanding your technical background through what you're presenting. So having the initial point of interaction, basically your portfolio, allows clients and customers to get a clear sense of who you are as a person, studio, or company, and well as the skills you're bringing to the table that they may be interested in. Now, something that might seem quite simple, but it's important for us, and I feel like it's had a huge impact on Dekogon overall, is establishing a logo and identity. So this identity serves as a quick way to recognize, for recognition of your products, your work associated with your company, and it helps people remember the quality of craftsmanship tied to that logo. Basically, personally, when I started with a degree in graphic design, and when I was going through college, there's some things I just kind of picked up that I feel like I just kind of keep in all my work, which is be clear, clean, and memorable. By clean, I mean the logo is easy to understand, free from clutter, scalable without losing its essence, and it should immediately convey what kind of person or group you are. Clean signifies having sharp, well-defined colors, no blurriness or visible errors. It should look purposeful and professional. Now, memorable, it's a bit more challenging. It takes a little bit more effort. One useful starting point is looking at other logos from other companies to get ideas. Memorable logos also often involve iconography that connects through context, memory, nostalgia, fandom, or invokes emotions. This is why many logos and icons today feature animals, simple shapes, fruits, or symbols that are easily memorable and relatable for everyday experiences. These elements help create mental connections with the audience or viewer. And yes, that is my Pomeranian dog. Kind of looks like a wolf, though. Now, let's shift our focus to the aspect of a portfolio presentation. This is key when attracting clients as well, too. So we talked about just having the outward-facing portfolio, but really inside the portfolio is going to be super important as well, too. So we want to demonstrate our skills and showcase that to the world. So first and foremost, we want to ensure that our portfolio is easily accessible. Avoid special links, PDFs, or other obscure methods that can make it difficult for someone searching for you to find you online or anything about you. Your portfolio should be readily available with a simple online search. When it comes to content that's in your portfolio, keep your thumbnails clear, visible, and easy to read. Avoid using obscure angles and captures that might obscure what you're trying to showcase. And it's important to remember, as an outsourcer or a provider of content, your portfolio is going to be a bit different than, say, if you're just an individual artist just showcasing the work you've done in your career. Because people basically should have a clear idea what they're expecting to see when they're opening a project. It's less of an artistic demonstration of the art in itself and more of like, here's how my work could be presented in your game or your studio. Additionally, try to avoid using primary dark colors in your thumbnails. While you may have worked on projects that are darker, I worked on Gears of War 4, which is notorious for being super dark. There's still ways you can figure how to brighten up the thumbnail or find ways to make it more visually appealing or clear. Lastly, compare your thumbnails to those of others. Take screenshots of fellow artists or other studios and see what they're presenting and how their portfolio stacks up. This will give you an idea of how to compare your competition to other artists or other people with similar artistic style. Cool, so now let's talk a little bit about what to showcase when someone actually opens one of your portfolio projects. So it's important to be mindful of what you're actually presenting. So first, keep your projects concise with only a few images. This ensures that viewer attention does not wane by sifting through large volumes of work. Typically, I think on average, somebody will look at a posting for about 5 images before you get a pretty heavy fall off of like, I'm gonna go to the next. So it's important to keep in mind, keep it as concise as possible and only show the best you have to offer. Best attributes, best screenshots, and best aspects of the project. When it comes to describing your work, maintain a professional and direct tone. Avoid excessive fluff or irrelevant information. Instead, focus on describing what you did on the project and what was achieved. Another crucial point is to avoid displaying unfinished work. This can raise concerns among potential clients and studios about the artist's ability to manage time and complete projects promptly. Completing work in a timely manner is a significant challenge for almost every artist I know. And so it's always, due to the subjective nature of art, so it's always important to show an employer or a contractor or a company that you're working for, hey, look, I know it's subjective nature, but I can get it done in the time kind of required. Lastly, make sure to link to important external content. This can include all projects that serve as a basis for your work or any marketplace content connected to the project. Linking everything together makes it easier to discover and contact you. When you provide links to platforms like LinkedIn, ArtStation, Instagram, Facebook, or email, you create a breadcrumb trail that allows you to find other people to find your content and contact you without issue. Now, let's talk one last thing about portfolio here, which is portfolio presentation of the actual shots. So there's a few key things to keep in mind. First, always ensure proper lighting and attention to visible details. This is especially important when working with freelancers, independent contractors, or external roles at studios. Because when you present your work, basically focus on the lighting rather than a dramatic or moody shot. This approach showcases the flexibility and usability of the content, rather than, like I said before, like an artsy piece. The goal here is to demonstrate to studios and potential clients that your artwork can seamlessly fit into their project without much effort. You want them to feel confident that your content is versatile and can be easily integrated into their games or productions. I know oftentimes I'll be hiring artists and things of that nature, and they have all these amazing textures, but they're all on spheres, and they're all textures you would find on a flat wall. So it's kind of harder for some people that are less imaginative to picture how that might transcend into the next thing. So it's always important to think about how are they actually going to be using the content that you might be distributing. When it comes to showcasing your assets, try to incorporate multiple angles or views into a single image. And this eliminates the need for multiple images of the same asset, streamlining your portfolio and allowing you to focus on the highlights and its strongest attributes. A good rule of thumb is to try to occupy at least 65 to 75% of the space of your screenshot of your artwork. And then lastly, try to demonstrate real case scenario usage. So I stress this tons, but show how your asset can be utilized if it was purchased and right away. Like, how could I immediately put this in my game and use it right away? This approach provides a clear understanding of the practical applications of your work. Now, let's discuss one more thing about credibility before we move to the next stage here. So how can we collaborate and work with other connections and benefit everyone involved? So often creative solutions for growth and content sales can arise from connections you've cultivated over time. These connections can be established in various ways. For instance, connecting with other developers has been a very fruitful and enjoyable avenue for Dekogon. This year, we partnered with Yarwa and several online content creators to release multiple packages in collaboration with Humble Bundle. That was quite fun. These collaborations not only boosted sales and visibility, but also strengthened our bond with other studios and allow us to contribute a portion of the proceeds to a worthy cause. So that was just something that was just a really fun experience to have, and you got to kind of work with other outsourcers and see how they worked and get a little bit more insight into their process and their and yours. In the past, Dekogon has also formed connections with studios by offering discounted content production services in exchange for distribution rights to the final assets. For instance, a smaller studio with limited funds may want a contribution with or collaboration with your team. Finding a mutually beneficial arrangement, such as providing a discounted production rate in exchange for retaining the rights to resell the content on online marketplaces, ensures that both parties were happy, and mutually beneficial partnership was established. And lastly, collaborating with other artists can also lead to huge growth. Many artists possess exceptional skills, but lack the time, knowledge, or large enough following to effectively market that content. By working with individual artists, Dekogon has been able to bring more outstanding content to the marketplace for download and purchase, promoting both individuals, their dedication, and their hard work. Cool, so now let's break into the digital marketplace here. So this is also another form of demonstrating our credibility and also our skill set, showcasing that skill set I talked about. So it's important to understand digital marketplaces for content creation may benefit individuals regardless of their career or stages of their economic situation. So I basically recommend content creation to everybody. There's no one that I would say is not worthy of creating content for marketplace. So it's important to leverage your knowledge, resources, and current position. And here's why I believe it's relevant to everyone. So for beginners and learners, if you're just starting out, whether a student or a learner, getting involved in selling on marketplaces or creating content for distribution and sale is a great place to begin. It demonstrates your credibility, it adds to your portfolio, and it showcases your professional commitment. This can impress potential employers and hiring managers, and it's a huge green flag for me personally, and a lot of hiring managers when they're looking at future opportunities that you might be looking for in your career. Now, for professionals, for those with several years of experience, 5, 10, 15 or more, you can easily use this to your accumulated expertise to your advantage. Focus on creating and selling content that aligns with your skills and knowledge. Your unique offerings may fill gaps in the marketplace and provide valuable assets that others may find it hard to create themselves or achieve without a full production team or studio. That's really valuable. And then studios. I've told this to so many smaller studios that are starting out or trying to figure out how to get funding. Whether you're small or large, you can also benefit from content creation and distribution. Consider how you can capitalize on assets and content produced during a game or production cycle. You can sell content packs or assets that are relevant to your game, helping to subsidize your ongoing development costs, and it's free publicity, so why wouldn't you? These approaches can provide additional funding to support your business over the long term and increase growth. Once you've decided what you want to create for Marketplace as a distributor, it's good to start asking yourself a few important questions. And these are some of the questions I kind of wrote down when I was first starting out that I kind of started to ask myself to kind of figure out how Dekogon fit into this space. So first, we need to consider what you're going to sell or create. Think about what's missing from current Marketplace that you could potentially fill with your content. Is your product something that people desire? Are there already others selling similar content? How is what you're offering different or unique? Pricing is another critical factor. How should we price our content competitively? You should also assess your technical or manpower resources that are needed to create the content you want to sell. Additionally, consider whether your product you're selling is a current trend or something that will have a consistent demand over its lifetime. Is it a short-term fad, or will it remain valuable for years to come? It's essential to anticipate potential issues that buyers might encounter and be prepared to address them as well. Think about how you can provide ongoing support, updates, and solutions for those problems and how they may arise. Lastly, focus on growth. How can you expand your offerings and provide more and higher value to your potential customers and buyers over time? How can you grow your studio or company and increase the range of products that you offer to that audience? These are some questions that help you guide your content creation journey and business development, and they'll be different for everyone here. Now, let's say we've gone through all those questions, and we're pretty damn determined to move forward. Now, we just need to decide on what type of content that we want to create. In my experience with Dekogon, I've noticed 5 primary types of content that most people develop for games, films, or similar kind of projects. First, they're assets. These are things that are used in production, like props, characters, environments. When you buy an asset, you're basically just going to take that asset and incorporate it into your project. You may alter it, you may edit it, but it's basically you're just buying content to put in your project. Next, tools and add-ons. These are created to make development easier, faster, or more user-friendly. So they're basically just there to help developers in their content creation process or the development process or whatever it is they're doing on a day-to-day. Then we have resources. Resources kind of sounds like it could be either plugins or assets, but it's a little bit different. You want to think of resources as similar to assets or add-ons, but they serve more as secondary helpers. Think of them as reference material or aids that support the production process, but don't become directly part of the final production. So you want to think about it like, reference gathering for what you're going to make, or like content packs of a lot of character angles and things of that nature, blockouts. Those kind of things all just help you kind of get to where you're going to go later on. Another type is a fully created or developed production. So say you want to make Flappy Bird, and Flappy Bird is in full package and is being distributed, and you want to reskin it or do something else with it. That's a full package that you could basically download and use that to create something else. And then lastly, there's education. This includes mentorships, tutorials, educational documentation, or books. Anywhere basically where you share your time, knowledge, or expertise with those that are willing to learn and grow. Now that we've started to think about the types of content we want to create, it's essential that we weigh the pros and cons of the different types of those production scenarios. Sometimes we dive into projects without considering the factors. We may be a little bit more excited and kind of miss out on what the pros and the cons of each of those processes are. So it's important to be realistic about our content creation goals because that can make a big impact later on. So for instance, creating tools can be a pro because it's valuable for developers and it can fetch a higher price tag due to its technical complexity. However, it can be challenging to develop and maintain the tools, requiring the necessary technology and expertise to continue to develop it. So if you're not huge into developing tools in the first place, it's a little bit harder for someone to get into that. So it's important to remember that kind of pro and con scenario. Another example is educational content. It's great for sharing knowledge in a field that you understand well, But there's drawbacks that our educational content often needs frequent updating to stay current with an ever-changing technology landscape. It's essential to be prepared for these potential changes and creating distribution, and you're always going to be creating new updates for anything educational material based. So it's important to remember that. Now, a crucial aspect that can be overlooked in deciding what to create is also staying very aware of market trends. It's tempting to just go for something fun, and I know a lot of people that kind of break into it that do just that. They just want to do something fun up front, and honestly, that's what Dekogon did when we first started out. But I think I learned a lot through that experience, and that's not always the best route to kind of grow as a business. But it's equally important to pay attention to what's currently popular. Understanding which games, films, or production types are trending can help you to identify what was likely to sell over time. At Dekogon, we make a habit to assess this every 6 months or so for what content we offer. We cast a wide net covering various genres and assets available in our marketplace. Through our observations, we noticed some pretty obvious patterns. For example, military, medical, industrial content always performs exceptionally well in terms of sales because basically every game, project, all these things can use that kind of asset. However, it's essential to remember that these trends can change very quickly and very fast, for sure. That's why we continue to monitor these emerging market trends for new game releases, the preferences of consumers, and an ever-evolving production development. So these are just some examples of some of the other ones that are quite popular right now. But again, this changes so regularly. A lot of different resources online to find, what are the common denominators kind of growing in those marketplaces as well, too. Another consideration apart from the market trend is where you choose to sell your products. So this is all relative to you. Again, it's going to be relative to what you're selling, what you're distributing, and what you're making. The choice of marketplace can significantly impact your product's success. Different products or different marketplaces can be suited for different types of products or content. For example, if you're creating assets for game production platforms like Unreal Marketplace or Unity, they may yield better results compared to others. But on the other hand, if your content is more general, maybe you're making like ArchViz stuff that's particular to a particular demographic, you may find other marketplaces like TurboSquid or CG Trader with raw assets might be more appropriate. The same applies to plugins, codes, or anything else you're developing. Each type of content has a specific marketplace where you'll most likely find and thrive as your customers discover your content. So it's crucial to research and evaluate similar products on these platforms to understand how they're performing and look to factors like reviews and number of purchases. This research can help you strategize and make more informed decisions as to where you want to sell your content most effectively. So as a little insight as to Dekogon, without giving like specific numbers, this gives like an idea of what our percentage of sales is. So we have a vast sale on Unreal Marketplace compared to all our other sales that we do on other marketplaces. So that's given us more of a focus to continue on Unreal Marketplace compared to others, as that's where most of our clients seem to come from. Now that we've discussed where we're selling our content, it's crucial to understand our target customer and their core values. So these are basically 4 core values that we've kind of identified from Dekogon as to what we find that most clients say they appreciate about what we create or how we go about creating it or what we're distributing. So the first is usage. So it's vital to ensure that your content is easy to use with clear and direct instructions. Complicated or convoluted content can discourage repeat customers. Keep things simple and they'll ensure a better user experience and encourage continued sales. Quality. Consistency and quality is key, absolutely key to maintaining a positive reputation. If your quality drops, people will notice. If you're basically, it can deter potential buyers from returning from the future purchases or basically defer any new buyers. Upholding a high standard of quality associated with the brand is essential for a steady stream of sales. And service. Service is basically huge as well, too, because customer service also often goes unnoticed early in the stages of production or content creation, but it plays a huge role later on. Providing excellent service, including updates, feedback, and support, can turn first-time buyers into repeat customers quickly. Word of mouth can spread quickly if your buyer had a positive experience. Style, which is not as critical as the first 3, but style is still also very important. It's essential to consider what styles are most adaptable to different games. Realism or semi-realism tends to sell much better, and it can easily fit into various projects and say something stylized. Heavily stylized content may require a lot of extensive modifications to match the game's style. That's not saying don't make stylized content. That's just saying be observant of what does sell and what is successful. By aligning your content creation with these core values, you can better cater your target customers and increase your chance of success on the marketplace. Let's dive into a final topic that's vital for customer satisfaction and support. making sure your content and businesses are user-friendly as possible. This is something we really focus on at Dekogon. I feel like it's something that's carried our growth, and so it's something I maintain a really heavy focus on throughout my experiences and my relationships with our clients. The first is accessibility. Avoid using obscure or unreliable websites to sell your content. Opt for established platforms with secure payment processing. This not only instills trust in your customer, but also ensures financial information is safe. And pricing. Pricing can be tricky, but it's essential to strike the right balance. Research how other people are pricing their content similarly to get an idea or a sense of market. Don't base your price solely on the hours you put in. Instead, consider the potential for high sales volume over time. So you don't want to price your pack at $3 billion, even though you feel like you spent 6 months on it, because no one's going to buy it's the $6 million pack. So it's important to realize what is the actual impact you're going to be able to get over those sales over time rather than one-time sale. Then we also have file types. This is also getting to be much more important over time. So offering a variety of file types for your content, being flexible with the formats you provide will satisfy a broader range of customers and reduce the need for extensive customer service and updates. That, of course, leads us to customer service and updates. You got to be prepared for this. It's going to happen no matter what. There's going to be customers that encounter issues with their content. Embrace those opportunities as basically free troubleshooting. Basically, you have someone telling you how I'm going to use it, and they're telling you this isn't working. That's the greatest kind of gift you can get, because you basically know how to fix it and make it better for all the future customers without having to do your own Q&A in that particular thing that you might have missed. So working with customers who use your product in a real scenario can uncover bugs and important issues that you may not have anticipated. And then last is quality. Quality is paramount. Again, I've talked about quality many times throughout this. It's so key. So poorly made or low quality content can damage your reputation and deter potential buyers, absolutely. Consistently delivering that high quality content is crucial for long-term success and positive legacy. So remember, ensuring a positive user experience and customer-friendly and oriented approach can help to build a loyal customer base and maintain that positive and popular reputation in the marketplace. Cool, so let's talk about the last thing, which is our future considerations here, which is kind of going to lead us full circle to the idea of Fab here in a moment. So Fab Marketplace. The reason why this particular topic came up when I was talking with that big is basically just like, there's a lot of things to consider, because Fab is going to be a huge change in a lot of ways we can consider the marketplace or how we look to it. So for those that don't know, upcoming marketplace is basically slated for a 2024 release, and it's basically a new platform from Unreal Engine, providing creators with a unified space to sell, upload, and purchase content. It's going to merge the Unreal Engine marketplace with Sketchfab, Quixel, ArtStation, and a bunch of others to basically create a one-stop destination for an open source content, which can be used in various productions, engines, and applications, which is amazing, right? Because what that does is incorporate everything I've been talking about and all the ways we can adapt to understanding and finding more customers and clients. That's going to give us a much more open and wider horizon to be able to discover those clients, essentially. And so it's important to start to kind of prep yourself to realize this is going to be a huge thing when it comes to fruition. One noteworthy aspect of development commitment to sharing revenue earned through the Unreal Marketplace is basically going to be the same as Unreal Marketplace, which is basically the seller is going to get 88% of the revenue share, which is one of the highest in all the places that we distribute our content. And this is definitely something to keep a close eye on for coming months. This is significantly going to impact how we create and distribute digital content on marketplaces. So stay tuned on how this is going to evolve, and consider how it may influence your content creation now as you strategize and prepare for that change. Now, a few more considerations just in general, talking about our journey and how we got here, and some things I kind of wish I'd have known, or just some ideas and tips and things moving forward, is some parting thoughts to kind of pique your interest if you're interested in exploring this further on yourself. So firstly, you might want to think about establishing yourself as a business. If you're an individual, this move can offer potential tax benefits, legal advantages like insulation in case of emergency or incorporation. It's essential to understand your own local laws and, of course, regulations. But if you plan to expand beyond yourself as an individual, this is a good thing to look into. Another crucial aspect that greatly fueled Dekogon's rapid growth and success was teamwork, hands down. When I first started, you think, oh, I'm starting a business, I can do everything on my own. You quickly realize, no, that's impossible. You've got to have help, and the more help you have, and the more specialties of people you bring on, they're going to use those skills to basically propel the company forward and make everyone successful overall. So I couldn't accomplish anything alone. Working with team, having multiple artists contribute to content creation, and striving towards that common goal can significantly boost business growth and development. Next is ensure that you're legally compliant. This means having commercially licensed software, proper insurance for your business, and safeguarding yourself against potential issues. A lot of people starting out have no idea about these things, so I think it's just a great thing to kind of mention them, just to kind of have them in the back of your head overall. It's always a good reminder to stay aware and ensure you're operating safely with any business ventures that you're doing. And lastly, consider exploring opportunities such as grants, such as mega grants. So a few years ago, we applied and received a mega grant, which greatly assisted us in producing more content, especially for the Unreal Engine 5 when that was first coming out. And so if you have a valuable idea that you think you could benefit the development community or serve as a significant marketplace piece, developing a plugin or add-on or anything like that, applying for a grant could really help and also could fund to support your project. So thank you for being here at the talk, and I'm gonna have a little Q&A here at the end for you guys if you wanna ask any questions. And I'm glad you could join me today.
manager for the graphics innovation team at ESPN Creative Studio.
And I'm Amy Nelson. I'm a manager of graphics innovation at ESPN.
And my name is David Spargrove, but everybody calls me Sparky, so I don't even respond to David anymore. So my name's Sparky, and I am the Senior Creative Director of the animation team within ESPN's Creative Studio.
So a couple of housekeeping notes before we get into the presentation. One, usually there's 4 of us up here. Our boss, Michael Spike Szykowny, couldn't be here today, so I am your substitute Spike. I've got some notes that I'm going to read, and the other thing is, after the Big City Greens presentation, we've got a little bit of bonus material that we're going to show to you, so stay tuned for that. So anyway, now on to the story. So the Big City Greens project was one of the most fun, innovative, and interesting events that we've ever worked on. And the ESPN Creative Studio played a big role in its success. To tell you more about the project, here is Drew Carter and Kevin Weeks.
Ready for hockey like you've never seen it before? Last week, the NHL came to Big City, home of Big City Greens. Today's presentation will explain how the Rangers and Capitals took the ice as animated versions of themselves, just like Kevin and me. In the next 10 minutes, you'll see the magic behind the magic. We hope you enjoy. Take it away, Spike.
Again, I'm your substitute Spike. But the interesting thing about this project is that ESPN found ways to use existing and innovative technologies and combine them with Disney IP, a great story, and a super big dose of fun to do something that had never been done before in the sports world. The Big City Greens project used technology from beyond sports to recreate action on the ice by turning NHL players into tracked cartoon avatars that also featured characters from the Big City Greens skating alongside them, including a chicken referee. The ESPN Creative Studio worked with ESPN Edge and Silver Spoon Animation to create mocap versions of our NHL talent, Drew Carter and Kevin Weeks, who helped to explain the game while calling the action. This was important to show, as it enabled us to stay in the cartoon world throughout the entire game. Finally, facial capture software enabled the creators and voice actors of Big City Greens to be a part of the show, and we were able to bring Cricket and Tilly and other characters into the game. This beautiful symphony of these 3 innovative technologies produced a remarkable and memorable result. To tell you more about our story, traveling all the way from San Diego, Sparky is going to take it away.
Yeah, I'm sure many people have traveled much farther than I have. Yeah, this was an incredibly unique and incredible project for the animation team. The big ask for my team was to create a fun, energetic, authentic, and immersive animation look, utilizing bits and pieces of the already existing Big City Greens IP branding. Existing NHL motion logic, one of the animators that was on the team was already working on the NHL, the main NHL package, and a bit of our own original graphic styling, as you will see. Our animators began by doing a deep dive into the world of Big City Greens, looking for textures and assets to use while developing the personality and tone of the animation look and feel. The treasure trove of visual resources provided by the Big City Greens folks in Burbank was instrumental, and she leveraged her experience, or their experience, working on the current NHL package to Big City Greenify a handful of elements. Before you knew it, a small but mighty graphics package emerged. At the same time, a set of 3D explainers were created to help educate our newer fans on what the heck icing the puck meant and how to tell when a player is offsides. And how could you have a cartoon broadcast without an ESPN cartoon animation to explain an important storyline? In this case, it was all about Alex Ovechkin's race to beat the all-time hockey goal held by Wayne Gretzky. Finally, we can't forget about the 3D hockey players themselves that were developed in-house and supplied to Beyond Sports to integrate into their game system. These characters, known as Sparkies, no relation to me, but Sparkies replaced Beyond Sports Blockies to give the ESPN broadcast a more sophisticated and customized presentation. Adding all these various graphic and animation parts together gave ESPN the cohesive and immersive look that we were looking for, and so that every second of the broadcast felt authentic to the big city greens world. To talk about the insert look, here's Amy.
Yeah, so like everyone keeps saying, this project was so fun, but it was a really great opportunity for us to design for a group that we don't usually design for. We wanted these graphics to be really playful and enjoyable, and but more than anything, we wanted them to be accessible to people who maybe didn't watch a lot of hockey or aren't huge sports fans. And we also wanted them to integrate into this really interesting like cartoon world that's sort of 3D and sort of 2D. So we had to have a lot of inspiration. Part of that is the creators of the show are actually really big hockey fans. So they had already done a NHL or hockey themed episode once. So that was a really good reference point for us. It was basically built by me and my fellow graphics innovation manager, Issa Bristol, and we built a score bug and about 12 like informational graphics. And it was just really fun to work on. I mean, we aren't as hands-on in software as we used to be, so we were like kids in a candy store pulling all of these really fun textures and animations and characters. It was just really energizing and exciting. And all of our teammates were super willing to help jump in. We had to create some like custom illustrated logos, and we had to cut all these headshots and stuff that weren't really human proportion because these characters are really awkwardly sized. And we also had a score bug that kind of flipped through a bunch of the characters, which was a really fun element as well. And then building templates is really only half the work. We also needed to produce content to populate them, and NHL players have all these stats and stuff, and our characters don't have that. So we worked with our graphics team, and we really pulled all these really funny little tidbits about the players. Like Tilly can telepathically communicate with animals, and Cricket one time launched a chicken into space, and Grandma actually has a wooden leg. During the game, Grandma, who is 79 years old, oldest ever NHL starter, she actually stopped a shot that was 79 miles per hour, and the talent was able to go together with that and bring it up, and it was a really funny way for them to tie in some of our information into the game, and it made it seem like it was serious, but it's actually just these characters skating around, so it was pretty funny. And then one of our favorite quirky elements was the chicken. We put her on several things, and Issa actually had this idea that, hey, we should make her blink. So Issa had to go in Photoshop and actually make her little chicken eyelids, which I know was a highlight of her career. But it was just one of those little examples of fun little details that you add to really delight and surprise people. So on more on how we delighted everyone, Charlie's going to talk about how we brought our mocap talent to life in real time.
Yeah, this was a really exciting part of the whole project. And so we spoke with the ESPN Edge team about how to keep the whole thing animated. And so that meant developing cartoon versions of Drew and Kevin in the Big City Greens look. Sparky did the character design, and John Siciliano did the 3D environment backgrounds for them to call the game and do demonstrations. So these elements were delivered to Silver Spoon for integration into their mocap system. And in Bristol, we took over what we call Studio Z, and that in and of itself was a challenge because there was lots of Champ Week actioning in the college basketball world at that time. So to take over a studio for this amount of time was a big lift. But all in all, 43 mocap cameras were installed in the lighting grid and on the floor. And to hear more about the technical side of the mocap system, here's Charlie Collin with a brief yet insightful explanation.
Charlie Collin, Senior Manager, Graphics Innovation. So the way the suit is designed is all these markers here get picked up by an array of motion capture cameras, and they all get fed back into a series of servers that they triangulate basically the position of all of these dots that you see here, and then they're able to map that onto a 3D skeleton, which then gets put onto the characters that we're working with for the show.
Yeah, so it didn't take long for Drew and Kevin to get familiar with the mocap system. Drew had been working with us in rehearsals all week, and Kevin had done plenty of mocap work when he with EA Sports while he was playing professionally. And it all worked really well as Drew and Kevin gave demos in full CG goalie gear, as well as the following explainer about a tripping penalty. So this next video shows how we pulled off the gags with talent using a mocapped hockey stick. And keep in mind, this was all pulled off live using the Vicon mocap system, Autodesk Motion Builder software, and 3 Unreal render engines.
got that stick, and you're the player, in this case, Keandre Miller, you're the Washington Capitals player, you're coming through, you can't get your stick up in the skates and in the feet of the opposing player. That's a rare miscue by Keandre Miller. Can we please send a nurse to the studio here to take care of my guy Drew and his shins after that one?
Did you see that balance? I mean, I can
The balance was nice. The balance was nice.
I didn't go down.
No, but your shins are probably all purpley right now, too.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes for you, partner.
That is 2 minutes, and not for looking good either.
Okay, so that was the mocap piece, but the final piece, I'm going to send it over to Sparky, who will talk about the live integration we did with Big City Greens characters themselves.
Thanks, Charlie. To me, one of the most amazing parts of this story was actually integrating the co-creators of Big City Greens, Shane and Chris Houghton, into this whole production. So they were highly involved in the production, adding their unique creative spin to the broadcast, and even got involved in the action. Along with Mary Eve Harrington, who voices Tilly, the Houghtons brought cricket and a cast of characters to life through interactive interviews throughout the broadcast. Using real-time facial capture, Mary Eve and the Houghtons were recorded live from the Disney Television Animation Studio in beautiful downtown Burbank. Some of the characters popped into the game on the phone, while Cricket and Tilly were mic'd up, which allowed Drew and Kevin to ask questions live during the game. Here are just a few examples.
Prank phone calls are something that you were an expert at, but did you ever expect this to happen when you tried to call the commissioner?
Well, you know, it's the best I could hope for. You know, I called every Gary Bettman I could find, and some were not happy, trust me. So I was really happy to get the Grand Poobah himself. I hate to say it, I got the animals back in their cages, and wouldn't you know it, they escaped once again. Here they come.
Jimmy?
Oh, jeez. This is a bad day for
First of all, is Jimmy serious right now, Drew? Jimmy, you got them all
Serious as a
back?
heart attack, I hate to say it.
Why is it so important, you think, to spread kindness?
Well, here's the thing. It takes just as much energy to be negative as to be positive. So why not just be positive? Instead of trash talking the other team, why don't you be like, you look fabulous in your jersey? You know, it's like it's such a science. Why not? Also, one player in Cody Fingers that does not get enough love in this game, it really could, the pucks. They get slapped around on the ice. It's cold. The sticks are hard. And slap, slap, slap in the face. And so, you know, I just want to put a little PSA out there. If you see a puck, hug the puck. They need it.
And one thing I want to add here that was pretty incredible was that this is all improvised. So these are the voice actors from the show, and they were asked questions by Drew and Kevin during the game, and then they would just make these things up on the fly. It wasn't rehearsed, and so it added this extra dimension that was pretty mind-blowing that you wouldn't normally get in this type of game. Usually they're either scripted or pre-recorded, but these were all live. And then because we were able to use that facial motion capture, we were able to pump it through to our control room and have it integrated into the game live too. So that was pretty amazing, just that part. To wrap up our presentation, here's Charlie.
Yeah, so a lot of dedicated and passionate people were involved to make this project a success. What started out as a small, unassuming project quickly turned into a huge cast of people that needed to be involved to make it happen, and everybody was behind it. Everybody wanted to see it be a success. And just a couple of fun facts about the success of the project. We were trending on Twitter. The NHL Big City Greens Classic drew over 765,000 viewers across 3 different networks. The animated version on the Disney network had a higher share of the audience than any other NHL alternate presentation at the time. The median age of the viewers on the Disney Channel was significantly younger and also attracted a large female audience. The combined audience outdrew sports competition like the World Baseball Classic. It attracted Nintendo as a sponsor, and social media loved it. The game was even trending on Twitter. So we hope you enjoyed our story and learned a little bit about the project. We had a great time doing it, and that's the Big City Greens project. But wait, there's more. Moving on to part 2 of the presentation, and because of the Big City Greens success, we had the opportunity to do another similar activation on Sunday. This time it was with the NFL and the Atlanta Falcons and Jacksonville Jaguars game. The game itself was taking place in London, but we were back in Bristol doing a lot of the things. Sparky, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so this was a monumental task, and my participation in leading the animation team was this was unlike any other type of football broadcast that I've been involved with, where because this was all taking place in this volumetric environment, that was live from Andy's room. Football games have 19 commercial breaks, and basically play action ends at the end of pretty much every play. So you have about 40 seconds, and then you got 30 seconds of nothing. And then normally they cover all that with replays and commentary and things like that. Well, in order to make this all cohesive over the course of 3.5 hours, the animation team had to create an incredible amount of animated content to go along with the motion capture that Charlie and Amy's team was responsible for with Silver Spoon again. So it was just a much larger project. It was just a lot of content that had to be created.
Okay, so Sparky, why don't you talk about some of the things that distinguished this project from a look dev perspective versus Big City Greens?
Yeah, so like I said, it's like we had to go in. First of all, we were working with more partners than we had with Big City Greens. We had to get more levels of approval on things, as you could probably imagine, and so we had to develop Andy's room, and what that looked like, and so. We didn't have to do that with Big City Greens. It's like Big City Greens took place in Time Circle, which Beyond Sports helped create, and then that was kind of it. What we had to do is we had to not only create Andy's room for Beyond Sports, but we also had to then be able to use that room and all the assets that we created for the production of that room to populate everything else. So it was just a much larger production.
And Amy, you took the lead on the mocap part. How was this project different than what we did with Big City Greens?
Yeah, the biggest thing mocap-wise was we had 3 talent instead of 2, and one of them was only 12, Pepper Pursley. So it was kind of just an interesting thing that we only had 1 volume, 1 space to capture them in, so they were all 3 right next to each other, but in the cartoon world, they were actually in separate places, so we were rendering Drew and Booger and the desk area off of 1 engine, and then Pepper on the sidelines on another one. So they looked like they were in 2 distinct places, but they were actually all standing right next to each other in this tiny studio. And then the other thing was just football season's super, super busy. Obviously ESPN, the fall is pretty crazy, and we just didn't get as much time with this talent to really dial in for them specifically. We're working with a lot of stand-ins. So the day of the game, actually, literally a minute before we were going on air, we noticed that Booger's skeleton was just not stable, and it was because he was just leaning further back in his chair than he did during rehearsals, and it was blocking 2 of the sensors on his back. And so we're literally the open is about to start, and Booger's standing up, and I'm ripping lumbar support out of this really nice Aaron chair, and someone's cutting the mesh out the back of it. And we went on air, and he was kind of still standing, not really sure what was going on. But once we removed the whole back of that furniture, it totally worked. And he was super stable the whole time. So it was just all ESPN projects, a race to the finish, and we got on air, and everyone's happy now.
And that's live TV, right? You rehearse, and then the day of production, right before you go to air, something goes a little bit sideways. So look, we're going to be happy to take any questions that you have. I think we have one more clip to kind of play us out, just to give you a sample of what we did for Toy Story. But after that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, there were 2 things that the platform formerly known as Twitter, X, there are a lot of tweets about if it's still called a tweet. a lot of tweets about, and they were Slinky Dog as the 1st and 10 marker in the game was really popular, and then the Duke Kaboom Daredevil Spectacular halftime show.
All right, folks, here we go. It's time for Duke Kaboom's Daredevil Spectacular. Booger and Drew back with you. We've eaten our pizza, and Boog, man, people are excited about this.
And I'm one of those people. Can't wait to see him execute this fearless jump.
It's the Canuck with all the luck. Duke Kaboom, Canada's greatest stuntman. Let's check out what he's up against today. This is no joke, folks. He's going to go up on top of that very tall tower, build up speed to go through the scary loop as the aliens look on. Jump over 5 double-decker buses, and hopefully at the end of this, he'll be celebrating. He's a guy who's been known at different times for his crash landing. He's trying to get this one nice and clean, and of course, the double-decker buses inspired by the game being played at Wembley Stadium in London. Imagine here in Andy's room. Booger, I mean, I'd be terrified to go up there.
Yeah, Boog don't do heights, and so for him to get that high and that much speed coming down, and then to execute it, I'd be scared just thinking about this.
And here he comes. Uh-oh. Look who's looking up. It's Emperor Zurg.
Wow.
And he has his sights set on Duke Kaboom. So as if this weren't scary and risky enough already, Emperor Zurg is looking up. Duke Kaboom getting some encouragement from the spectators here in Andy's room.
How high is he going to go, Drew?
Oh. Feels like he's never going to stop. So many fans in attendance, fired up to see the Daredevil Spectacular from the greatest of the Great White North. There he goes. Duke Kaboom is off through the scary loop. Look at the speed over the buses. Oh, wow. Done it. With style points on top. Yes, Canada. The confetti rains here in Andy's room. Duke Kaboom pulls off the spectacular. That was amazing.
Absolutely amazing. The speed, the execution, the focus. Let's hope these teams in the second half can execute their game plan the way Duke Kaboom did that jump.
Maybe an inspirational halftime show for both these teams. Let's take another look because we have to. First, the speed to get through this scary loop. This is something he can do in his sleep. And then as he goes over the 5 double-decker buses, look at the poses he pulls off.
Yeah, look at the height. And then the style points. Way to show off, Duke Kaboom. Just show off.
And the sky cam follows him through. Manned by an alien, held up by the claw. What a look. The Canadian flag waving. Duke Kaboom might be a big CFL fan. He loves the Grey Cup. Here at halftime of an NFL game in Andy's room, he just pulled off the spectacular. And hopefully that sets us up for an exciting second half.
Should have been an unbelievable second half, followed by an unbelievable jump by Duke Kaboom.
Congratulations to Duke Kaboom. We're going to break down the track, and we'll get those double-decker buses out of the way because we've got a second half to play.
Sorry about that, unless you wanted to watch it again. Yeah, so that was all produced in-house too. And so you talk about just that, it was just one part of the content we had to produce. So it's pretty amazing experience.
So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. We're really happy to share both of these projects with you. Any questions?
I think there's a mic over there, is that right? That you can line up if you have any questions. Are you happy?
right, folks, let's get started. Okay, so welcome to my talk. My name is Eric Brown, and I am a lead StoryTech engineer at WB Games Avalanche. And now StoryTech is not a industry standard term, so basically what that means is that I work on dialogue and facial animation and like procedural animation systems and cinematics and everything that has to do with storytelling. So what we're going to talk about today is all the different kinds of storytelling that we did in Hogwarts Legacy. In particular, we're going to talk about some key runtime story tech that we created in order to pull all this off. Are we ready to go with the? Excellent. All righty. Yeah, extending Unreal Engine to create the story tech of Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, so the quick overview of this talk is that we're going to discuss 3 distinct storytelling modes and provide some examples of each and do a little deep dive into each of those types of storytelling. Then we're going to talk about this key runtime story tech that we used to bring all of this to life, which is a relative timeline. And we're going to talk about what that is and how it works. And then we're going to talk about ways that we took the Unreal Engine and just provided, or we used some of the tools that were just already in the box, and we just extended them a little bit to create some custom workflows for doing all of our storytelling. All right, so to begin with, here are the 3 storytelling modes that I want to talk about. So cinematic storytelling is this very high-resolution narrative where we need to kind of separate you out of gameplay so that you don't miss any of these story beats. These are really important story beats, and they're highly polished, right? We also have mission storytelling. And mission story, you could think of this as like a medium-resolution narrative that we're overlaying on top of gameplay, right? So we're not extracting you out of the game, but we want the story and the narrative to keep progressing. And then the third one is ambient storytelling. And this one is, for our game, it was actually really critical. And well, we'll talk a little bit more. I love ambient storytelling. We'll talk a little bit more about it later. So let's take a quick look at these 3 different storytelling modes. And then we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into each one of them. Okay, so cinematic storytelling, we're going to talk about, we had 3 classes of cinematic storytelling that we called bronze, silver, and gold. And one way to think about these separate classes was this was a kind of a balancing or a logistics so that we could try to tell as much storytelling as possible. So bronze is super cheap, gold is super expensive, and silver is kind of just somewhere in the middle there. So let's talk first about bronze. What we called bronze, these were auto-generated cinematics, and honestly, I could give an entire talk just about this piece, but in this talk, we're just going to kind of review some of the highlights. If you are interested in auto-generated cinematics, there's been several really great talks recently. So Ubisoft, CD Projekt Red have given great talks on procedurally generated cinematic dialogue systems. So our system, the way it works, is we started off with a sequence of dialogue text. So it was just the text, and that's how we started it off. We would then use text-to-speech to create voice audio using Amazon Polly. And we didn't ship any of that procedural audio, but it was like this was our prototyping and iteration audio so that we could actually view it in the game. We also used that audio for other things. So the next step in the process was we would generate facial animation using speech graphics. And that facial animation required the audio input to be generated. We would determine timing of the gestures. So the text-to-speech system that we were using would tell us the timing of specific words. And we had kind of two different kinds of gestures that we called semantic and non-semantic. And the semantic gestures are things that you do, like I point at you, or I point at me, or I say yes, and the timing of the gesture actually needs to correspond with the word. And then non-semantic gestures are like, you know, kind of just gesticulation with my hands or something like this. We would select our gestures out of animation content that we called pose groups. So we had, basically a pose group would be a core base pose for whatever the character's doing, and then our gestures would be all kind of relative to that pose. And creating new animation content for our auto generation system involved building pose groups, which would just be like this little collection of animations that was all centered around a specific pose. We would automatically determine the timing of camera cuts based on dialogue timing and like when are we switching, who's speaking. We would augment the result of this auto generation. We could put text markup in our in the text, in the dialogue text. We also had commands that we could put in that would control facial animation, or we could invoke specific gestures if we needed them at a specific time. Okay, so let's take a look at an example. And this is when in our game you meet a goblin named Lodgok, and you are becoming his friend.
You look familiar.
Hello, Lodgok. Sorona said I might find you here.
She did she? Did she send you with news?
No, actually, I wanted to speak with you. It's about Ranrock.
Now I remember. The 3 broomsticks. Day of the troll attack. You're the student he's after.
I am. And I need to know what he and his loyalists are up to, so I can stay a step ahead.
Let's say I did know. Why should I trust you?
Sorona said our interests may be aligned. Perhaps she was wrong.
Well, if Sorona believes we have common goals, then it is possible that we can trust each other. Very well. I may know of something that could help us both. A way to get Ranrock to confide his plans to me.
I'm listening.
Years ago, a heinous witch stole a sacred goblin relic. Rumor has it that it now rests in her sarcophagus, in a tomb accessible only by wizard kind. Ranrock and I had a falling out a while back. The relic could well repair the chasm between us.
If I retrieve the relic, how do I know you'll tell me the truth about what Ranrock says?
We will have to trust each other. I, that you will not abscond with the relic, and you, that I'll share what I learn. Gather whatever supplies you may need, and meet me near the witch's tomb.
Okay, so that was what we called a bronze or auto-generated cinematic. And next, we have silver. And silver is interesting. We didn't actually have a specific workflow that you could call silver. It was more like just the whole collection of all the tools that we had and a small team that was well-versed in using those tools to solve just whatever problem we were sticking in this bucket of silver cinematics. And the idea, so yes, we had a fluid workflow. We didn't actually have a fixed workflow here. The idea here is that we were just trying to hit a medium production cost. So we would do things like reuse animations. We might author a cinematic camera. We might do some capturing of content, but the idea was to try to not do that, right? But it was just all sorts of things just to keep it in a small, like a small team could deliver a silver cinematic. Also, the kind of experience that we would call a silver, it was interesting. Like this gets into what is a cinematic question, and having worked in cinematics for a really long time, it's like when people say they think they know what a cinematic is, and it's like it's actually a really a hard line to draw in terms of what is a cinematic. We had things where we had a fixed camera. We had things where you had gameplay camera, but you didn't have player control. We had things where you had a gameplay camera and you had player control. And all of those things we could potentially call a silver cinematic. Okay, so here's an example. And this is when you first meet the character Ominous, who's one of the cool characters in our game.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I think I heard one.
Doubt mermaids find us that interesting.
Yeah, so just a little short moment, mostly reused animation that we were able to kind of cobble together to create a nice little story beat. Okay, so next is gold. And the way that bronze and silver worked for us is essentially they freed up our resources so that we could devote a ton of resources to our gold cinematics. And gold production involved many stages. Like we had storyboarding, layout, capture, animation, audio, effects, lighting. We just had all of these phases of a gold cinematic. We would use performance captured facial animation. So in our other cinematics, we would generally use procedural facial animation, but for our gold, we would use faceware to get performance captured facial animation. We had multiple teams, often working concurrently. And this is another, like in terms of like what is StoryTech, this is another hard problem is how do you get like all of these different teams that need to work on this one piece of content to not step on each other's toes. So we did a lot of work on that. These gold cinematics usually had fixed timing. So this was always a fixed camera, fixed timing, and the reason is because we're gonna go in and polish it. Like we wanted to have a high level of definition about what the content was that we were actually polishing. Okay, so here's an example from the intro of our game.
Where are we? It can't be. It seems those who set up the Pensieve, the Locket, and the Path to Both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
All right, so in the end, this bronze, silver, gold paradigm kind of broke out like this. We made 24% of our cinematics were gold, 21% were silver, and 55% were bronze. And so the idea here is that if the only thing we ever created were like these really high production cinematics, then we would have only been able to do maybe a quarter of the cinematic storytelling that we ended up doing. Okay, so let's move on to mission storytelling. And as development on Hogwarts Legacy progressed, and as the development on our cinematic tools was progressing, we had many mission designers who started looking at the tools we were building for cinematics almost as if they were a type of scripting system. And we'll get into this a little bit later about how that could work, right? Like how could we create like a mission script out of cinematic tools. Nonetheless, they started using these tools to create moments in the game or moments in a mission, particularly moments that required a lot of control over the sequencing out of events or the branching of narrative beats, as well as like critical timing. Like if things had like really critical timing, they would often opt to use our tools. So here's an example from when you first find the room of requirement in the game. And this entire thing that I'm going to show you was all authored as if it were a cinematic, but it runs totally just as standard gameplay.
What is this place?
This is the Room of Requirement. It only appears when one is in real need of it. Ordinarily, a student might stumble upon this room entirely by accident, if ever. I'd only planned to suggest to you how to find it by walking past that bit of wall, focusing on what you need. But you've managed to reveal the room on your own. While I'm here, we should take advantage of the moment. Now, where is Deke? He must have sneaked past and gone ahead.
Deke, Professor.
The house elf I was speaking to in my classroom your first day. Thought he might help you use the room once you found it. There's no chance I'm clambering over this mess. This presents the perfect opportunity to teach you Evanesco, the vanishing spell. You can cast Evanesco to vanish certain objects, such as these chairs and other things here in the room. I suggest you practice the wand movements first, then you can clear the chairs away. Splendid. Now, cast Evanesco on those chairs. Excellent work. You'll note that you are now in possession of Moonstone. We shall discuss its uses later. Let's move on. Where in Merlin's name is that elf? Is that... Goodness. My old school bag. I wondered where that had got to. Can't believe it's still here. I'll just take a quick look at this. Give you an opportunity to explore on your own until we locate Deke.
Yes, Professor.
All right, so I'll show you the asset that was used to create that a little bit later on. So let's move on to ambient storytelling, and this one's really interesting to me. Ambient storytelling, for us, was this non-interactive behavior that's going on kind of in the background that adds life to the world. And I'm going to try not to wax a little too philosophical, but the idea in my mind is that when we as like game creators are creating a narrative, it's like we are telling a story to the player. But when we create these ambient experiences that kind of where you see characters in the world that are kind of just moving about on their own, they're doing their own thing, they have their own business, that you get to move as the player through the world and create the story for yourself. And there's something about that that I think highly invests players into the experience. And so, like in terms of like the design importance of something like ambient storytelling, especially for our game, right? This was the world of Harry Potter that many people have wanted to live in, right, since they were kids, that this was critical. And I think a really, my personal opinion, this was a really important factor in the success of our game. Okay, so in general, let's see. Sorry, I waxed philosophical and then I stepped away from my notes. Let me catch up here. Okay, so we had several different kinds of ambient stories that we would tell. And kind of like we had bronze, silver, and gold, we kind of had these 3 different classes of ambient stories that we would tell. And the first class was basically just very simple behavior. So this is like really, really simple stuff, like people sitting, but sitting together, or people standing, but standing together, and people walking and people talking. So this is really, really simple behavior. And the kind of the risk-reward factor for ambient storytelling is that players just might not see it, right? Like they might see it, and if they do, they do, right? So this first class of ambient storytelling solved the risk-reward problem by just, I'm not going to say it was cheap to create. It was actually, we had our difficulties in standing it up, but by the time we stood it up, we could just place these things everywhere. And so we solved the risk-reward problem of saying, hey, what happens if they don't see it, by just putting it everywhere so you can't not see it. All right, so let's take a look at this.
Come now, don't be stingy. Only a hairy-hearted sod would cast Flipendo on a cow.
Okay, so the system, I guess I should mention this. The system that we created for all of these experiences, we called it stations. It's similar to the idea of smart objects. It was meant to be a kind of system where you could always have multiple characters that could come in and out of the stations and have a defined behavior that they were doing together. And in the simplest cases, it was things like they're sitting together or they're standing together, very simple. All right, so the next class of ambient storytelling was kind of more custom content. Like this is about selling the world to people. And kind of the risk reward here is that if you invest in this more custom content and then, gee, what if someone never sees it? The way we handled that is that we would put these things on mission lines, right? Like when you're on a mission, you usually are hitting certain points in the world as part of your mission. And so we would put them on mission lines or in like really high traffic areas so that we could have a stronger guarantee that people would see this content. This guy loves his job. Okay, so our final class of ambient storytelling actually did sell a little bit of narrative, right? Like it was narrative that you might miss, like you might run past and you might not hear it, but if you stopped and you listened, you could hear people talking things through. These little narrative moments, what we found is that it was almost like treasure, like people would find these moments and then they'd share it on YouTube or whatever. And so like after the fact, these were the things that people would talk about, right? This was the thing that actually had an impact on people. Oh, I should say, sorry, I'm gonna back up. These usually have like 3 parts, right? So when I say they would sell a little bit of narrative, you can think of a little minor narrative arc that has like little 3 parts stories in it. And the other thing I would say is that the way we solved the maybe players aren't going to see this problem is that we would corral the player. And what that means is that by their own choice, the player is going to walk down a hallway, right? And when they walk down a hallway, that means that they're kind of in a certain space that we can predict. In addition to that, like you could walk through a door or you could turn around a corner, and if we've detected that they walk through the door, then we know that they're not just in this little narrow space, but they're facing a current direction. And so we have a stronger guarantee, so that's where we would place these kinds of things. So here's one, it's a story in 3 parts.
Oh! God! Yo!
Don't worry, he's undeterred. All right, so we're going to move on to talk about the tools we created in order to build this content. And basically, our core, like the heart of all of our StoryTech, was a relative timeline. And in the studio, we would refer to this kind of asset when we would build these assets. We would refer to it as a scene rig. So if I say scene rig, what I'm talking about is a relative timeline. Okay, so I'm gonna risk a little bit more waxing philosophical for just a second. I'll keep my eye on the time. Okay, timelines and storytelling. So timelines, in my mind, are an ideal tool for telling stories. And from the talks I went to this morning, I'm going to say that I'm not the only person who believes this. The first talk I went to was about storytelling, and the speaker said that you've got to think four-dimensionally. And I'm like, yes, the fourth dimension is time. And then the second talk was about Verse, the UEFN programming scripting language that is specifically about controlling the flow of time. And what the speaker said was that you can think of it as you are directing a scene or telling a story. So I'm like, yep, I'm right. Okay, so timelines are used for movies, music, animation, and video production. And like this, it confirms it, right? Time is important. And so what I believe, so my nerdy way of saying this is that the core element, the very core element of any story is the flow of time itself, right? That you are traversing the unfolding cause and effect flow of time, and that ultimately is what a story is. But we don't traverse time alone. A good story has interactions between other people, and those interactions represent that cause and effect flow, and we understand it because the interactions are synchronized in time. Okay, enough of my philosophy. Okay, back to the notes. Okay, so in a timeline, the job of synchronizing any interaction is easy to do because you just line things up, right? Like I move something over and I line it up. That's the job of synchronizing things in a timeline. The trouble is, there we go, timeline, perfect for synchronizing behavior. The trouble is, with the timeline, is that it's impossible to represent dynamic events because when you move things around on the timeline, it's now fixed in time in this absolute timing sense. And our answer to this was to create a relative timeline. And this gave us the perfect synchronization, and it gave us the dynamic timing. And we were able to just do a ton of stuff with this. So let's describe how these relative timelines work. Okay, so in an absolute timeline, I would say, let's play animation at t = 5. And I would do that by sliding my animation track over to the t = 5 mark. And that's how I say, play the animation at t = 5. In a relative timeline, I can actually say something a little bit more complicated. I could say, play animation B 5 frames after animation A finishes. So I'm specifying an offset. I'm specifying 5. 5 is my timing offset. But then I also specify what that offset is relative to. And the offset might not be relative to the beginning of time on the timeline. So here's how we would represent it. Let me get this little, there we go. Okay, right here. So when we think of timelines, we're used to kind of thinking of this little top bar right here, indicating when things occur. In our relative timelines, the important thing was actually right here, right? We had an offset that was 5, and then we had an arrow that was specifying when that offset was relative to, and in this case, it was relative to the beginning of the timeline. Here's our second case. We have animation A, which finishes right here, and then we have animation B that starts 5 frames before. So we have an arrow that points to that line right there. We have this -5 that represents the timing offset. And like up here, it says 90, right? When we were authoring these timelines, like this 90 we would think of as kind of just a preview. Like potentially this first animation, I could have picked some other animation, you know, and maybe the duration of that animation changes, or maybe this animation depends on something dynamic, and so it actually gets moved around a little bit. And so it might not actually happen on frame 90, but it will happen 5 frames before the end of that first animation. Okay, so I'm going to show you some examples just to clarify. This will become clear because I'll show you some examples. Okay, so here's our first example. Now in our timeline, we could set up our timing, and then we could just move stuff around to preview what it would look like. So in this timeline, we have a trigger. The trigger is just some other system is going to tell us when the thing happens. And what this is, this intro, loop, outro example. So I've worked in games for a long time. Intro, loop, outro is like, what, half or 60 or 70% of all of the behaviors that I've ever created ever, right? So this is actually a pretty important example. But the way you can think about this is when we're authoring it, we don't know when that trigger is really going to occur, but we can move it around to see how the timeline responds to it. And our little loop track here has been authored to end, it looks like just a little bit after the trigger, so we have enough time to blend out. And the outro is authored to happen right when the trigger occurs so that we can kind of get a little crossfade from our loop to our outro. And at runtime, when this was running at runtime, the way you can kind of think about how it works is that initially we don't know when the trigger occurs. So like you can imagine that this little idle loop and the trigger, it's like way out at positive infinity off to the right here. And then at some point, somebody hits a button or something, and at that point, we snap that trigger right at the time it needed to be at, and then all of the stuff that's relative to it would just move to that spot. So now intro, outro, or intro, loop, outro behavior is something that you could create easily using something like an anim graph, right? You have an intro node, a looping node, and an outro node. And like, you don't need this type of complexity to do that. What this does for you is it synchronizes behavior. Right, the thing that the anim graph can't do, well, it's not that, I mean, it can, I've done it my whole career, and it's hard, right? To try to get 2 anim graphs to talk to each other and plumb the information through. But in the timeline, all I have to do is I just have an animation track for guy A and an animation track for guy B, and I can line them up, and now I have paired animation that is dynamic. Okay, so localized dialogue, and this is the problem of when you record some audio, and the language that you recorded it in, it's like 5 seconds long, and then you go to localize your game, and you're recording this audio in a different language, and it might not be 5 seconds long anymore. And anything that depended on that length is now going to break. So for our gold cinematics, we still have to, you know, keep the constraints on that dialogue are still there because we have all the fixed timing from like our captured facial animation and all that stuff. But for our bronze and our silver cinematics, or some of our silver cinematics, we actually were able to set up these timelines so that the length of the dialogue could actually change and it wouldn't break anything. So let's see. Okay, so this example, I'm just pointing back. This was the example of a bronze cinematic here. And this is the timeline. And the purple track here is a dialogue track. And while we're in the timeline, we can kind of move it around just to see what it does, to preview in the timeline, how does the timeline respond. Like we have this green track right here, which I think is a facial, it's instructing facial animation for kind of the blend out of the dialogue. And then we have this yellow track here that is, I think, some kind of gesture, right? And basically, the green track depends on the length of the dialogue, and the yellow track doesn't need to. And when we play this cinematic, if the dialogue happened to be longer or shorter, nothing actually breaks. It still works. Okay, in this example, this is this one actually I find interesting. I've had to solve this problem many times in my career. This is walk to point and play in animation. And this is always a hard problem because usually when you say walk to point, you're using a system that uses like a velocity and direction to navigate a character around. But when you say walk to point and play animation, you're transitioning into another system where we're now, instead of using this velocity vector to drive a character around, we're trying to play it relative to a specific point. And it's a transition in paradigm. And that transition in paradigm, even here, that's actually still a hard transition in paradigm. But the thing that this simplifies is it makes it easier to ensure that the timing is correct. So this light yellow track is just an instruction to like an NPC to walk to a point. We specify that track, the properties of that track, we specify the point. The beginning of the track is when we invoke the instruction to walk to the point. The end of the track is whenever the heck they get there, right? And so if there happened to be something in their way and they had to go around it or whatever, like when we're authoring the timeline, we don't need to know how long it's going to take because we've made the animations. It looks like we have a body animation and I think a face animation that's slightly offset in time a little bit that we play once you get to the point. Okay, okay, this is from our Charms class. So you go to Charms class, we play this really great cinematic where you meet the instructor, and in the middle of this cinematic, he tries to teach you a spell. And the spell here is this little blue track. So we have the spell minigame that comes up in the middle of the cinematic. The spell minigame comes up, and you're learning how to cast the Accio, I think is the spell. And in our timeline, we don't know how long it's going to take, right? But we have some preview duration that we're using to build out the timeline. The beginning of that blue track is when that little mini game comes up. The end of the blue track is when you've completed it and it goes down. And then we have some dialogue, animation. I think these little red things here are effects. And then the things that aren't moving. So you see the things that are moving. And the things that aren't moving are just the stuff that's kind of going on in the background of the scene that didn't need to, respond to that little spell minigame. All right, so scripted mission moments. So this moment right here, and I told you I was going to show you the asset that we used to create that moment. And so here it is. This is. This timeline is controlling the cameras, it's controlling animations, it's controlling look at, right, like where are we looking? It's giving walking instructions to the NPC. It's sequencing out the dialogue that they're speaking as they're walking. And in the middle, it plays a conversation, which is another cinematic. So we basically have a timeline that's controlling another timeline. We have another, you learn a spell right in the middle of there. So like one way to look at this is that we have like kind of these vertical lines here. And the vertical lines kind of represent these, I guess you could say critical moments that stuff is being timed relative to. And we don't know when those moments are going to occur. They might shrink or expand this way. And that the timeline is just going to update and respond to it. All right, so one thing that we discovered as we went on is that these timelines can get pretty complicated. And the way we kind of tried to scope the complexity was to break them apart into smaller chunks. And so when they're broken apart into smaller chunks, we then needed to sequence them together. And we used a tool that was called the story graph to do it. So the way this tool works is that the nodes, here, let's see, here we go. So nodes and wires, right? And the nodes represent timelines or events. And the wires represent how we synchronize those things. So okay, let's see. Let's say we have these two nodes right here. Right? We can think of those two nodes as two different timelines that are just kind of, out here. And this wire, if you click on the little, that little icon there, it would give you properties for the transition. The properties for the transition would allow us to define how we're lining these two things up in time so that we could represent kind of the extended sequence. So we also used our story graphs to do branching. So like all of our dialogue choices that you could make would represent branches in this graph. Okay, so we used story graphs for branching and looping, which are just hard to represent in a timeline paradigm. It's hard to represent that. So that was probably the #1 thing we used it for. Timeline configuration, right? Like we might need to configure a specific timeline a certain way. We could do that by just clicking on the node and adjusting the properties of the node. Pre-warming, this was actually a really big one, right? Like when you say play a cinematic, you might not be ready to go right away, especially if the cinematic is referencing characters that weren't spawned, or if it's referencing levels that weren't loaded, which was actually a pretty big deal. The pre-warming is kind of like we're doing all this background loading stuff, and then when we're ready to go, when we say it's time to play the cinematic, it can just play immediately. Concurrent workflows. So I was talking about having multiple teams all working at the same time. This was one of our answers to that, so that we could kind of break apart a big cinematic, and so Team A is working on this one, Team B is working on this one, and so forth. And then save game. Save game, the state of our story graphs was where we chose to record the state of like whatever was going on. So when you reload the game, we could get you back into like wherever you were at in that story graph. All right, so let's talk about Unreal Editor extensions. Okay, so up to this point, all the tools I've talked about were custom tools that we kind of built from the ground up, but most of our workflows were actually just stuff that we were able to use from the Unreal Editor. And the most important thing for us was actually the detail panel. And when we would kind of make custom, like we needed a custom workflow, like by the end of our project, like man, it was always like, what can we do in the context of just what the detail panel gives us that will expose whatever functionality that this workflow needs. So our #1 extension to the detail panel was what we called a provider. And I want you to bear with me. I actually just added this slide last night, so it might get rough here for a second. Just bear with me. Okay, so what a provider is, it solves an interesting problem, and it's a problem I've seen for 20 years working on games, and I'm going to provide a specific example of this problem. Say you are trying to author an animation. You want to play an animation, and there's a field on your animation that says something like playback speed. So you can adjust the playback speed. You can play the animation faster or slower. You can adjust this playback speed. And you can type in a number like 1.5. It's like 1.5 times faster. And that can adjust the playback speed. And that actually works great up until you get to this moment where what you needed wasn't something like 1.5. You now are, maybe whatever thing you're trying to create right now is, I want an animation that plays over 5 seconds. And if someone authored a 10-second animation, I want to shrink it. If they authored a 1-second animation, I want to stretch it out. So it's just, I want a fixed duration, 5 seconds, right? So this is a kind of conflicting specification. Both playback speed and fixed duration are going to end up affecting the exact same piece of information. And the thing that changed here wasn't the way you were controlling the animation. The thing that changed was the way you were specifying that control. And what I've seen people do in the past is, well, for one, maybe they just don't have one of these. And then if you need to solve the problem where, you needed that one, but you only had this one, it's like, you toss your hands up. The other way I've seen people solve this is you just have both. And then there's like this weird rule of put a -1 in this one or what, like there's this strange tribal knowledge for how did we know which one of these things to do. So what we decided to do to solve this problem was to create something that we called a provider. And a provider is a small object that owns the job of answering the question of what should the playback speed be. And before you specify it, you choose which class of object you wanted to specify. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean, sorry. You pick one of these things. I think that's what that means. Okay, we're through, we made it through. Okay, so this is kind of the idea, right? Like, so say the thing, this is a float provider, floating point number. Like I needed to get a number for some reason, right? So this is the general version of this playback speed problem. The first thing I do is I click on that drop down and it gives me a list of choices of things that can specify a number. And then when I pick that thing, it then gives me some extra properties that I could use to specify that number. And this was actually pretty great and really extensible. Like we implemented this and like we ended up using this a ton, right? Like every time it was like, oh, I don't know how to get, like the thing that I'm trying to create, we need to get the number in some special way. We would just go add a new class of float provider that did it in the way that we needed. And then it would just show up in the list, and then you could add it. The problems with doing this. Problem number one is that like 80% of the time, when we're saying you need to put in a number, what we wanted you to do is just type in a number, right? So 80% of the time, like all of this extra stuff was just too much, right? We didn't need it. What we had to do, like the way we had specified it here, let me click this thing. The way we had specified it is by just, we had this thing that was called a float provider, and, oh right, let's see, sorry, I need to get on there. There we go. And it was marked as instanced, and when you do this, it does this thing over here, right? Like the detail panel will just do this if you set up your class reference like this. But the problem is that in 80% of our cases, all we wanted to do is just type in a number. And we had to create a little sub-object that just held a single number, which was kind of bad, right? Like we meant we had tons of sub-objects, and then garbage collection had to go, choke on all these little sub-objects that just represented one single number. The second problem is all the nesting, right? Like you look at that and you're like, there's like 3 levels of nesting, and every time I want to type one dumb little number in there, I have to nest down there 3 times. So we fixed this with property customization. So this is kind of the answer, right? In this case, you can just type in a single number. And in this case, that single number was just, we store it directly, and we don't create a sub-object if you didn't have a single number. But if you wanted to, you could still click on that drop-down and pick like some special way of determining what the number is. So like we have a blend, we have a clamp, I think, or a vector dot product. Like there's these different ways of saying, how did I figure out what the number is? The other thing this does is it kind of fixes the nesting problem, right? Like if the only thing I needed to do was type in a number, I don't have to drill down into the property panel. I can just type in my number. Here we also get this preview. See that little 2.3 that just went away was a preview value of saying, what would the number be if I had invoked this thing right now? Okay. We also had class customization. So class customization, we actually made a lot of tools at the beginning of our development, and those tools could have been class customizers. So by the end of development, this was the lesson learned for us, is that by the end, if the tool you're trying to create is just for one single asset, you could create a class customizer and get most of the tool for free. We extended the node graph. So one thing that Unreal really makes easy, I was surprised at how easy this was to build. Like I think we spent 2 days building this little node graph tool, and then just like 2 months actually making it work under the hood, right? The part where you actually create the tool was really, really easy. So I'm just gonna sell that. Like if you guys need node graphs in whatever project, that's a super easy thing to set up. We built a preview window. And this was basically what we did is we went into Persona, which is Unreal's animation editor. And they have a little preview window and a preview scene, and we just kind of sucked that out and stuck it in our tool. And like we had 3 different scene viewports and then a gameplay preview viewport, which was supposed to preview what it looks like in the game. And so every single one of our scene rig assets, you could open it up, it had a preview window. One thing we discovered about that preview is that the preview required information that we might not have when we're offline. And so we created a preview variables tab. This has all the information that we need to create our previews. And when we would set values in this tab, it would just recreate that scene. Okay, so here's an example of our scene rig tool with the timeline, the preview window, our detail panel. And this was how we built a ton of our stuff. So this is the cinematic where you are working with Natty to take down the evil villain Harlow, I think. This was also, so this was like a conversation. So this is our story graph. We have our script here. We can edit different values in here to affect our auto generation of cinematics. And this, I think, is the Everett Clopton gets you in trouble because he took you on a little broom flight tour around the school. Okay, so in the future, our timelines and our graphs, so our timelines got complicated, and we're thinking about ways to make it more simple. And so we're going to add to this list of timelines and graphs something that for now is just called lists. And this is specification just by saying if I add something to the list, then it plays that thing in order. And so this is going to be a little bit closer to the way that you might think of standard scripting, but under the hood, it's still just building out one of these timelines. We are, especially in our gold workflows, looking at all of just the amazing workflow advancements that Unreal is putting into Sequencer, and we're just kind of scratching our chins because we have this custom timeline when we don't have access to any of those workflows. And so we're trying to figure out ways to maybe merge, right? Like, we don't know what the answer is yet, but we're like, how do we get our relative timeline stuff, but also the really cool workflows from Sequencer? And then just streamlining story creation, right? This is actually something that I personally strongly believe in, which is that I want to see one person at one desk come up with an idea, and they can do whatever they do, and then it gets in the game, and it didn't have to go to someone else's desk, so that we could iterate just really quickly. All right, so here's the team. This is the engineering team. So all of our cinematics, huge, huge endeavor, right? So I'm talking about just the engineering team here, and I can shout out to all the other folks who worked on our stories and our story, like our cinematics and our missions. It was a huge endeavor. But the specific tools I was showing you, this is the team here. So we got Jose, who I love working for Jose. He's my tech director, and I'm going to say he's the best tech director in the world. And I also, there's I think a review coming up. Jose's in the audience right now. Okay. This is me. So I wrote a lot of the core runtime code, and I just spent years of my life helping people implement solutions using this system. Okay, these dudes in the middle, Dan, Randy, and Bob, are like this core little, I don't know, it's like a unit. It's like these guys are the muscle of Avalanche or something. And they work in this, so we have our main studio, and these three guys work in an office that's off-site in another state, but they just do a ton of great work. But when we refer to these guys, we say D for Dan, we say R for Randy, we say Bob for Bob, and we just call them, the unit of these guys, we call Dr. Bob. And recently, so I should tell you what these guys do. So Dan did a bunch of work on our facial animation, and Randy worked on our tools and kind of building out all of our tools. Bob created a lot of our procedural animation work. And recently, Dylan joined this little core group. So now we call this group Dr. Bob Dylan. Okay, so over here, we got Adam Clayton. And Adam works on a lot of our like animation tools and things like this, and animation workflows for animators. And he helped a ton with cameras and our auto generation system. Adam's claim to fame is that he discovered when he was 15 years old the first Easter egg in a video game ever. And this is the Easter egg that he discovered, the one that's in Ready Player One. Okay, so that's our team. I just want to say thanks to everyone coming out. My clock says 0, which means I don't know if we have time for questions, but this is it. So thanks a lot.
say go, 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 go. On that jump that, get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, go.
Good. Woo woo. Right there in the front. Thank you all very much for joining us. This is an exciting day to be here at the first day of Unreal Fest. And here we're going to be talking about collaborative partnerships. So the name of this session is Building a Business in the Metaverse. So the Metaverse. What is the Metaverse? If you read the headlines recently, the story of this over the last 18 months has been Facebook changes its name to Meta. Everyone goes crazy about the Metaverse. 18 months later, interest in the Metaverse, virtual something or other has waned and it's past us. But the headlines are here for a short period of time. And this is about how do we use our passion in a long period of time. Because I can tell you the Metaverse is not a company. The Metaverse is not a single piece of hardware or even a piece of software. The Metaverse is the underlying technology that will enable the internet to have the third dimension, which by all traces of data, that looks like an inevitability on any timeline long enough to look for it. So that's pretty exciting because if you think about it, the internet today is 2D for the most part. You scroll up and down, you swipe left and right. That's an X and a Y. But tomorrow, we will go forward and backward in the Z axis. And when that comes, fundamentally, the fabric of human connectivity will change. And that makes a very exciting time for people who are today working in movies and video games, because that is the business of this today, but it is game engine technology tomorrow that will lay the foundation for everything we experience online. And that makes an enormous opportunity for anyone in this room, anyone at this festival, anyone in this online community who are paying attention and using their passion in game engines today, which is pretty cool to think about. And as Tim Sweeney is constantly saying in each of his keynotes that he continually reiterates, the importance of this is that we do it as collaborative partners, as if this is an open metaverse and an opportunity for us to work together. I am here for that. I am here because I'm personally passionate about this. I want to connect with each one of you. I want to work with each one of you. I want to collaboratively partner with each one of you. And I want you to collaboratively partner with each other because we have a slim opportunity here to make massive impact before this is superbly mainstream. So I thought it'd be interesting. The very first thing we could do is find someone, each of you, in this room that you do not know right now and make eye contact with them. Right now, go for it. Someone you do not know, every person. Participate, you can do it. Smile, shake their hand and say their name. Say your name.
Yes, we can.
Michael.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
Nice. This is cool.
Mingle.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. All right, awesome. Thank you for participating. This whole thing needs your participation. It requires it for it to work. And not to call any one of you out individually, but ask yourself and be honest, how many of you remember the name of the person you just met? It's okay. It's okay if you didn't. It's okay if you forgot. If you forgot, don't beat yourself up. Just take this as an opportunity because most people in life do not listen. Most people don't hear, and which is why collaborative partnership on so many levels fails, because we think it's our job to go out there and speak. But actually, collaborative partnership and business in general, and life in general, starts and stops with our ears. And so the other part of this, the metaverse and building businesses within it, the business section, you'll find is very similar to all of life, is in atomic consecutive circles, which starts with yourself. You have to listen to yourself. You have to be honest. You have to come to terms with what you actually believe in. That's the inner circle. And then from there, you have to find other people who believe in that too. But in order to do that, you have to listen to them properly. And you have to connect with them and get real with yourself that not all relationships are meant to be great partnerships, and that's okay. And that in business, we call a team or a company. And when a company comes together, they create a product. And then they share that product with their community. And then there's also the final circle, which is that world outside of you that hasn't heard of you yet. And that is the foundation of business. Stanford will tell you that there are 4 things important in business. It is your idea, your team, your execution, and your distribution. And we're going to talk about all 4 of those things here. But one thing that sort of underlies all of it is a word that kind of makes artists and game developers squirm: sales. And you might say, hey, wait a minute, I'm a something and I'm not in sales, they do sales. But you're something, you probably have a boss. You probably have to pitch your boss. Your boss has to pitch their boss or sell to a community. Do you have a spouse? Do you have a child? Try to get your 8-year-old to go to bed and then say, I'm not in sales. And rather than denying the fact that we are in partnership here and that we're trying to find an outcome together that we can derive different value from, don't deny yourself of that, because you deprive yourself of learning and getting better at the one skill that can open up so many doors for you: collaborative partnerships, which is here for us to talk about today. So, when we think about the idea, there's a very common classic book called The Lean Startup, and where they pitch this idea of a minimum viable product. You'll hear it all the time in business. You guys familiar with a minimum viable product? Joe, can you tell us what a minimum viable product is?
Absolutely. Hi. Well, minimum viable product is essentially the core version of a product. It's the essentials. It's nothing more, no bells and whistles. And you test it out to an audience to see how one might react. You know, without introducing more elements, you get feedback. You understand, does this work, does it not, and how can I improve this product before elaborating on it?
That is a perfect explanation of what a minimum viable product is. And I asked this because, Joe, you have made many minimum viable products. You're now working on a feature, right, for Cloud Racer.
Correct.
But before you made your feature, you made a short, right?
Yeah, which is essentially a minimum viable product. You know, what Banks is talking about is I made a proof of concept short film. You know, we based it all in Engine. It's very simply put, it's Top Gun meets Star Wars. And it's exciting, it's fun, it's just what we nerd out to and geek out to. And it's an extremely ambitious concept. In the world of filmmaking, that's a very expensive concept. So we decided to, you know, our slogan is to create without permission, and I think a lot of us here believe in that, and to create with each other without permission. So we decided to create a minimum viable product, which was this proof of concept short, and it was a 10-minute little short, and we had metahumans. We, you know, built it out with a small team of 5 to 8 people, and we created this short film. That was a very exciting taste of what it could be.
If you all have not seen Cloud Racer, be sure to Google that. An incredibly awesome short film that you are now working on the feature. But so we have this idea, and you want to express the idea, so you made a short. But even there's a more minimum viable product in filmmaking. There's writing a script, right, where you have access to words in a blank page, and then you can take your idea and display it. Did you write the script on your own?
I did. I wrote it with a partner, and we spent a year and a half working page after page, rewrites, getting great feedback. You know, so we put out our minimum viable product to a select core, a group of, you know, trusted partners and colleagues. But yeah, that script was already a version of what that feature eventually would become. You know, we decided to double down and develop more content with the proof of concept because it was such a visual concept. We would need to prove more than just the page. We had to start with the core, the idea. But then, what does it look like is always the biggest question.
Mm-hmm. I love that. And as we think about how do we communicate our ideas to a team or potential partners in this, the most basic form of a minimum viable product is just a pitch. And in Hollywood, they call that an elevator pitch, because the idea is, imagine you step into an elevator and there is the ultimate collaborative partner for you. The one person you could possibly imagine here you would connect with. And then you have from floor 3 to 14 to pitch them on your idea. Michael, I'm curious, do you have someone like that if you stepped into the elevator would just be like, this is the one I've been dying for 60 seconds with?
Yeah, for sure. So it's dreaming pretty big, but I would love to work with Disney in bigger capacity. So let's aim for Bob Iger.
For Bob Iger.
Why
so
not? Yeah.
Elevator door opens up and Bob is there.
Yes.
And what do you say to Bob?
I'd probably turn around because I'm so nervous. But
yeah, after you pick your jaw up,
yeah.
You got 60 seconds to give him, what is Atlas?
Yeah, for sure. So Atlas Creative, we build immersive experiences within virtual worlds, and we do that specifically with player in mind. That's our biggest goal is to build things that will resonate with players. But we also work with brands, and how do they accomplish that as well? How do they introduce their brand in an authentic way to that player while that player is still having great experiences? Yeah.
So in simplest form, how would you describe what that interaction is with the player from Atlas?
Yeah, so I think really just is kind of trying to get in their head and making sure that we understand what they're wanting. A lot of times we're just in the trenches asking for feedback, playing with them, and making sure that we're passionate about it, but also more so that they're passionate about it, and we're building things that they're going to want. Yeah. And
so then Bob says, well, that sounds cool. What's your product?
Yeah, so the product is the actual game itself. It's a little bit different because we are somewhat the product is the game, but also we're a services company where we provide a full 360-degree service of marketing for that game, the actual game development, and so yeah, that's kind of what we do.
Elevator door opens up. Yeah. Clinton, is there someone like that for you?
Oh man, I don't know. I would actually say myself in a younger age.
Nice.
Yeah, because I feel like there's so many times where when you're kind of growing up and you're trying to figure out your business, where you're like just quite unsure of the steps you're making, that you're just like, well, if I know what's on the other side of that valley, I might be a little bit more confident about taking a larger step, you know? And so sometimes I feel like, you know, just having that confidence boost, or, you know, just having someone say, man, just go for it, or, you know, just give it a shot. And I feel like I think it's a lot of entrepreneurs and a lot of people that are just developing new things really just need to hear to just kind of like push themselves forward to see what they can, you know, what they can make essentially.
I mean, you're touching on something so important, I think, which is just internal confidence.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And how cool that you brought up the first atomic circle in this analogy of working through how do I believe in what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, because inevitably you're going to run into tough times.
Absolutely. I mean, like, you guys have been on multiple productions, I'm sure, where you're just like, you know, after years of production, you get to a point where you're like, is this going to end? Like, are we making something that's good? Are people going to want this? Are people going to enjoy this? And I think it's always a bit of a challenge to overcome that mentally, especially the longer it goes on or the more challenges there are in front of you. And so, yeah, I think just like having that confidence to overcome that, or, you know, just push forward to see what happens on the other side is always just like I think that's probably one of the most rewarding part of the journeys, but also probably one of the most scariest as well.
And so for the audience, would you pitch Dekogon?
Yeah, so Dekogon, we're an art outsourcing studio. So we focus on, I guess, like 3 pillars, which is content creation for marketplaces and such. We work with clients, so for outsourced development, and then education initiatives. So we work with CGMA, and we work with Unreal Online Learning and things like that to just kind of teach people, you know, essentially how to build scenes and how to do things in small teams that only a lot of people would think could only be done in large, you know, production scenarios or with tons of people. So just basically essentially capturing the idea of how can I, you know, create my idea or my vision or whatever it is I'm trying to make in an environment, basically with, you know, limited resources, funding, or, you know, how can I bring that to fruition?
Awesome. Joe, who's that for you? You walk in the elevator.
Wow. Well, you know, I think full transparency. Our company is a virtual production company. We call it a world building lab, Impossible Objects. I'm a director, first and foremost, so at the end of the day, I'm a creator. I fell in love with the tools available in front of me to be able to create. Unreal Engine became one of the most exciting tools at our disposal. It made creating democratized, and so I think, for myself, I think I would imagine in an elevator a creator that I was originally inspired by. I think, you know, the fact that Cloud Racer is based on its love for the Star Wars pod racing sequence, I think we can think of who that creator might have been, And I think, for myself, I would essentially pitch Impossible Objects as a sandbox for creators to create without permission. Essentially, the feeling of joy to be able to, have the tools at your fingertips and the creative collaborators, around you to be willing to try to, experiment and explore. That's the space that we want to create. And, right now what we do is we are building that community, which, we started in the offset of 2020, where we all started to kind of pivot away from traditional visual effects careers as well as live action careers, and we came together in the middle with this little bubble of virtual production. We brought a lot of our advertising experience to basically build a start to finish end-to-end solution for commercial production, but world building specific. And so we represent filmmakers that are world builders, and they can develop advertisements, but they can also develop proof of concepts, minimum viable products for eventual stories that they can create without permission. But we also arm them with incredibly experienced live action teams, visual effects teams, virtual production teams, that together we can bring those dreams to life.
Love it. Well, so that's the pitch, right? That's how the idea comes into play. But let's talk about the team then. Do you all each have business partners?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Clinton, do you have a business partner?
I'm on myself, but I mean, I couldn't do anything without the team below me. Like all the artists that work with me, hands down, are the people that make Dekogon work for sure.
So from that angle, how does that work? How do you have a leadership team that's sort of your inner circle?
Yeah, for sure. So we have a leadership team of 4 lead artists, and they're kind of the people I would refer to, in terms of like just deciding what clients we take, what work we're doing, what our next objectives are, things of that nature. So it's definitely more of a democracy than it is like, a dictatorship or anything of that nature. But I feel that keeping it kind of slim at that top does help keep the kind of, the amount of cooks in the kitchen kind of low, and it does make things turn a little faster at times. So we are able to kind of make quick decisions, which I really do like, for sure, comparatively to like some past experiences when I've been in larger studios. And so I definitely like that aspect of it, for sure.
Yeah. Michael, you have a business partner?
Yes, co-founder Jordan, and then our leadership team is, we brought on our COO, Cody, as well, and same thing. I feel like we, for context, went from 2 people to 20 in the past year and a half, so a lot of growth, which is great, but also Jordan was an architecture student who loved Fortnite and started doing architecture in Fortnite. And then I was working in event marketing, and we decided that we really believed in Fortnite and we believed that there was a future there. And so we got into it, but we have absolutely no experience running a business at all. And so I think the 2 biggest things that we've learned is one, be a sponge anywhere you are. Like there is knowledge. About to learn a ton from you guys, so thank you. And then number 2, surround yourself with great people. And I think we have a ton of Atlas in the back here as well. And just the team that we have, we're truly building a business together. And I think that is probably the best part about what we're doing right now.
And Joe, you have a business partner, Jared, right?
Yeah, he's in the audience right now. And Jared is my friend first and foremost, and we've worked together for the better part of the last decade. We started making music videos together. Commercials became something that we graduated into. We always believed in the proof of concept that we would, build a bunch of commercials as a director and a producer partnership, and we would always, put aside a few things to build the dream, to develop those, end-of-year projects that we would fall in love with. And so, I think with Impossible Objects, we decided to kind of pivot away from live action from a traditional standpoint and build a sandbox, because we strongly believe that this was the future of world-building storytelling. And so we kind of brought the same commercial production company model that we were very familiar with and kind of built Impossible Objects around that model, but not just doing live action production service, but also to include and incorporate visual effects under the same roof, which not a lot of production companies try to absorb. Our leadership team at this point, Sarah James, our great EP, Luke Delamar, he's our head of tech. We got a lot of amazing supervisors, producers, artists, and I think the beauty of how we've built the model is that we kind of ebb and flow based on, you know, having 2 to 3 to 4 projects at a time, and so we get to invite a lot of people to this project, to this project, to this project. They all get to intermingle and collaborate and connect in a platform that, you know, they might not have met each other.
Well, with so many different types of products that you guys are creating, how do you, and principally Jared at first, divide up what you're doing?
Oh man, it's an amoeba. I guess we both share kind of creative mindset, a business mindset, and I think we talk every single day, and so it's a marriage, really, and I think we have kind of found things that we like to focus on more, but I think it's just transparent, honest communication every single step of the way.
Does that resonate for you, Michael? Do you guys look at the same problem sets together, or do you divide things specifically?
Yeah, no, I would say we tackle a lot together. Jordan is more on the technical side, but no, I think it's a great way you put it. It is like a marriage. My wife and daughter is in the back, and they can tell you, like, first person we called when our daughter was born was Jordan, and like, I don't think it's, kudos to you for building by yourself, but I don't think I could have done it by myself. It's so great on the challenging days to have someone to rely on, and there's plenty of days where he'll just be super optimistic, and I'm like, we gotta focus on this, and then vice versa, and so I think it's a really good balance between the two of us.
There's a great line I've heard about partnership where you both can't quit on the same day.
Yeah.
And I have a business partner, Max Berman, and he and I were buddies for a decade before we got into it. And when we started the business, we realized that we could look at the same problem set from opposite sides, that he'd see 180 degrees different than what I was seeing. And we've learned over time to really listen to, what are you seeing over there? You know, because at first you're like, that's not what I see. And then all of a sudden you start to get a full picture and recognize that what we call it is complementary opposites, where we'll do very, very different things that when you can add them up together. And that's what we're constantly finding with great teammates is we're looking to hire people who don't do the things we do well, who actually do the things that we don't do well, and have consistently found amazing people to add to the thing along the way.
I actually want to add to that because I feel like over time, like, and I've brought this from a directing perspective, when I step on a set, like you have an intention you set, right? And you have ideally you've surrounded yourself with a wonderful crew, a production designer, a DP, a gaffer, and great actors, right? You have set the intention with everybody, but ideally you want to have the best idea come to life. And if you yourself assume you have the best idea and the only idea that should be executed, then you're ridding yourself the opportunity to see what the best idea possibly could have been, because it very likely could not come from you. It could come from a collaborator that if you open the floor in a very collaborative space, you welcome that idea coming to life. And I feel like oftentimes if the best idea doesn't come from you, your duty is to support that best version of that idea. And like you said, like seeing 180, the other person sees 180, like that's the beauty, that's the fun of it.
Ray Dalio, one of the leading hedge fund runners in the world, says this line, most ideas are wrong. And what he tries to do is triangulate them. He says, find the 2 most believable people on the subject matter and then look together for what is true in that. I'm curious though, Clint, how have you gone about hiring? How have you gone about adding people to what you're doing?
Sure, yeah. It's the big thing about Dekogon, and that was kind of how we were established, was we had this situation where I was working at the time, and it was a bigger studio, and there kept being holes in the team that we needed to fill, and we couldn't find, essentially, I would say, hey, I know this great person, they're in, wherever, they're in Malaysia, they're in Russia, they're in Italy, they're wherever, and they'd be like, ooh, it's this lot of issues with visas and this and that, And so I just kept getting frustrated and being like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if you could just take the world's talent and discard the whole worry about visas and problems and just like come together in some kind of amazing commercial superpower of like creating content. And that's really what Dekogon's goal was from the front, is like regardless of economic, physical, wherever you were in the world, as long as you're a good artist and you presented those skills, that was really what's important to me. And so that's kind of how we just grew. And then from there, it just kind of, I'd say it kind of just grew from one artist being like, oh, well, my friend is also an amazing artist who also is available. And then that person would get hired on. And then they would, know someone else that they worked with a long time ago that's like, oh, they're a great artist. And that's just, it kind of just collected so many really amazing, highly skilled artists into one kind of culmination that's kind of how we just kind of came to be where we're at today.
It's amazing how friend networks expand
Absolutely.
And tack an exponent on it. Nice you all met each other. How do you disagree? When you come to a problem set that you see it in another way, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how the disagreement is. I mean, if it's something to do with like client specifications, obviously you can only disagree so much. But if it's something more in terms of like subjective, like art or like the business's direction, it's more, like I said, it's very much like democracy. Like we basically just talk about like if someone brings an idea forward in our group and they're like, hey, I really think this would be a better way to do this, or I really don't think this is a good client because of this, or I think we should go with this client because of this. And it's more like we all just kind of get together and just like powwow and talk about it. Like, how is that going to impact us? Does that change anything about us as a community or as a business? Like, which one of us want to take take precedence on this project, things like that. So I think all those things are really important because I try my best to make sure that everyone's working on something they feel passionate about it, because I find that, I'm sure you guys experience it all the time, where if you're working on something you care about, the work you produce is just like infinitely better than something that you're just like not really into. So I just find that that's something I really try to engage all my artists, and it's just always working on something they actually wanted to work on and chose to work on, for sure.
You're touching on something I think is so important to hear, that this is a passion-driven space. No one got into this building because they weren't incredibly passionate about working in video games or what entertainment experiences exist or how interactivity is going to shape us. I'm curious for all of you all, having worked on things at such a high level, can you talk a little bit about the times where passion escaped you, where you were not in love with it, but you did it anyway, and something came from that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I would say one of the toughest times is with scaling a company. We used to be in the trenches. It was Jordan would handle all the art, and I would handle the game mechanics and gameplay, and then we'd also wear a million other hats. But as we scaled, you just take on different roles, and so there was a point where literally it was probably just a random Thursday, and just had back-to-back sales calls and then hiring calls and all of this stuff, and I was like, I haven't touched Fortnite in so long, and I'm not building anymore, and it's great because we're building something bigger than us, but like, do I love this still? And the answer is, it was some bad sales calls. Like it was, we were fine, and I love what we do, and I love, I think the mindset changes, and now I love being able to build a team and foster that passion of theirs as well. And so, yeah, I think that is the best example I could give.
I think it's helpful just to hear that it is not always sunshine and video games and paved in gold and chocolate. I think it's important to know that in order to do anything worthwhile, it is a day in, day out thing. It is not a quarterly idea. It is a decade long at the shortest amount. So if you really care about it, you have to dive in and be willing to go through it. And you have to find people that believe in the same thing, that when the passion escapes you, the discipline and the teamwork and the belief can pull you through it. And so we've talked about the idea, we've talked about working with the team. Let's talk about execution. Let's talk about how do you actually build a product. And I think, Joe, you have a different lens on this because the products you're actually making are movies and commercials and things. Can you talk a little bit about the mechanics of virtual production and what you've learned in the early stages of that as it's evolving so quickly?
Well, I think we've had a we've had a very interesting trajectory trying to introduce virtual production, one to ourselves, but also to the advertising community at large. And I think I remember one of the first general meetings we had with a very popular advertising agency was that they asked us ultimately, is virtual production production you do on Zoom calls?
Does everyone know what virtual production is, by the way? Maybe give the pitch on virtual production.
So the long and short of it, the very long and short of it is virtual production is a version of bringing live action film production and visual effects together using real-time game engine based software to either execute live action in ICVFX, volume stage production, green screen hybrid, or to do real-time based animation, CG-heavy projects. And so to not adopt a traditional effects pipeline, but just bring all the heads together under the same roof.
And for potentially the folks at home who don't know some of those words, an LED wall, a huge wall of TV screens pushed together using Unreal so that you can use the technology we've built to make a video game, but instead of using green screen, you now have an interactive environment that you can shoot a camera against, and it'll give you a photorealistic background for your movie, video game. It's a lot of the technology we're seeing in visual effects heavy TV right now and commercials, because you can spin up things really quickly.
Totally.
Yeah. So tell us just, what does the space look like in terms of the appetite for using virtual production, and what are the advantages that you see from it?
Well, I mean, I think we've had most of our success working with clients that are predominantly video game companies. We've done cinematics for Blizzard for their Diablo title. We've done a lot of automotive commercials for General Motors, Formula One, Cadillac, you name it. At this point, a lot of automotive clients prefer to explore virtual production because they get to kind of take their larger-than-life worlds and place the car around a very unique set of landscapes within a very consolidated production time frame, as versus jumping from the Redwood Coast to the sand dunes of the Death Valley, in the same week. You can do it in the same consolidated soundstage location. So it's become a bigger appetite in specific industries of advertising. Video game developers obviously understand real-time based production, so they understand the advantages of not relying on the traditional effects pipeline, which is the grayscale play blast that we're, at this point, we all find pretty restrictive and prohibitive. We found a lot of success with our Diablo cinematic, where a traditional effects pipeline would have taken that, just that 60-second spot, maybe a 5 to 6 month timeline, that we consolidated into a 3.5 month timeline because we were accelerating previs. We were getting from inside the same program, our previs turned into our final cinematic. And with automotive, everybody's very excited about it. I think it's still yet to be mainstream in the advertising space at large, because you don't need the tools for every single type of film production. It really comes down to the creative. We find that world-building concepts are the most use of the tool, but we've been excited. I mean, and I think that excitement pervades into the community.
Mm-hmm. Super cool. Virtual production is not right for every shoot, but as Joe was saying, to build a set is hundreds of thousands of dollars, or to get on location is oftentimes not available, or you can get to multiple locations in a day. You can swing the set instead of swinging the camera around, speeding up your shots. So much opportunity there if you're looking to make really beautiful world-building projects. Yeah. Michael, you're in a different segment of this. You're working, I believe, exclusively in Unreal Editor for Fortnite, right? UEFN.
Yes, yeah. So we're exclusively in UEFN, and so it's been an interesting transition, because we started off in Fortnite Creative 1.0, which is very much so more of like a Minecraft sandbox mode, and now UEFN was introduced, which is really giving you the tools of Unreal Engine within Fortnite. And so yeah, it has changed a lot. And so it's been an exciting 6 months, and we're excited to see how far it goes.
Yeah, UEFN went into release after GDC and State of Unreal. What have you seen that really you latch onto that takes the best of Creative 1.0 and Unreal and puts it at your fingertips?
Yeah, no, it's great because even as it is an early tool, like it's so much more advanced in the way of like, even when we worked with early clients of the NBA, back in Fortnite Creative, you use primitive shapes and you fly around with your character and you place it. And so to build the Jumpman logo was 2,000 different pieces that Jordan was just placing, and then they asked for a color change, and we were like, we're so sorry, like they give us 6 colors. And so, yeah, it's been amazing, and I think this is just the beginning. We're 6 months in, and I feel like it's only going to advance even more.
And one of the big pieces of UEFN is that they have had revenue sharing working for. If you build a world based on the attention it gets, you'll then actually get kickouts. Have you been participating in that?
Yes, for sure. It's been really great. I think one of the things that we've talked to Epic quite a bit about is we are super passionate about brands and working with them and introducing them into the space, but we also love to do like passion projects and build our own games. And as a studio, I think that's really important, but there was never really a way to successfully monetize that or consistently monetize that. And so doing this, I feel like, opens the doors to a lot of independent studios and individual creators to be able to go in, build a game, and see a return.
I believe the number, it was announced this morning, but I believe it's 120 million that's been paid out to creators in just the last quarter, I believe, for people who are making individual games and experiences in UEFN. And as Tony Driscoll was saying this morning, it gives more opportunity for people to find the fun. And I think that's such an exciting piece. How do you, when you're creating an experience there, because I think there's a lot of people listening that are looking for their way into the UEFN community, how do you value the output that you're doing? How do you say, hey, this is a great idea?
Yeah, so a lot of it is trial and error, but one of the things that we are pretty adamant about is listening to the community and being very involved, whether it's through Discord or actually in-game, gathering player feedback. And really, we're just trying to build the best games that they'd want to play, and I think the best way to do that is to be very involved with them and to watch trends. One of the biggest Fortnite or UEFN game modes that came out since its release is Only Up, which if you looked 5 days before it came out, like it was all over. Influencers were playing the game from stream, and then basically someone made an iteration of it, and it blew up, and probably got a great amount of that, 120 million. So yeah, it's really just looking for and keeping in touch with the player in order to know what to build.
There's a concept in business called a blue ocean, which is you're looking for opportunity, where a red ocean is where there's already a lot of action, but a blue ocean is where there's so much opportunity, and UEFN is clearly a blue ocean right now for people who are looking to get in. It's definitely worth your time if you're thinking about what kind of experiences could we be making and how could we monetize quickly, because as we talk about a number of these things, monetization within the metaverse is multifaceted and layered, but here's one that Epic has come behind and said, get involved and we'll help you guys rise into the game. And Clint, you're experiencing a different section of the world.
Sure, yeah. So yeah, with us, we mostly just are developing content for it so that essentially developers can just kind of get in there and hop in there and just start creating stuff and creating their worlds and essentially whatever they're trying to make. And so I find that's what's really interesting to that is that because we were already creating content for Marketplace, it seemed like the natural next best step. And it allows people that, I think it's just really interesting because we're having a lot more clients that essentially are people that had never even thought about game development before, are now being introduced to not only our content, but we're now being introduced to how they might be using our content differently, or even thinking about what content that they might want that we didn't even think about prior. So I think it's just really cool to have that opportunity to really just like you said, like it is in a different space that we just never explored, and so just having that opportunity to see that is really cool so far.
Awesome. And you guys are partners of Fab. right?
Yeah. So we're partnering with Fab, and we're doing content for pretty much every marketplace. We're on ArtStation, we're on Unreal, we're on UEFN now. We have about 10 or 12 packs with a bunch more coming, and then so hopefully with Fab that'll be all together where you can essentially just peruse our entire library and pick what you want to play it on, essentially, which would be really awesome.
Super cool. And Fab is the new forthcoming marketplace from Epic that combines a number of other marketplaces: ArtStation, Quixel, Unreal, Marketplace, Sketchfab, and others like Dekogon, Kitbash 3D are all joining in, because Fab will be sort of like Best Buy of the metaverse, where many opportunities there live for creators to come in. And one of the things that's really cool too about Fab is the revenue share model is 12% and 88% goes to the creators, which is best in class.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best you could find on most marketplaces across the board. And I think what's really awesome that I keep reading about and just seeing is that it's going to be open. So like basically, like no matter what kind of project you're working on, essentially it's a one-stop shop for anything, which is quite amazing. So I think it's definitely going to be pretty eye-opening to a lot of people that weren't even interested in exploring Unreal in the first place. But now this kind of like just broadens that horizon for sure.
Love that. And what you guys make also works in not just Unreal.
Anything, essentially, yeah. So it's raw content as well. So I think that's what it really appeals to us, is that basically just like the whole world has access to use it for whatever they may find interest in. So I think that's just a really cool development tool, and just like, it's just really exciting to see how people use the content you create in ways you never thought possible.
Mm-hmm. Such an important conversation of our time is how do you use things across your pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
You know, many individuals and certainly studios are using multiple different 3D packages. So how do you have things that work from one step to the next? That's a big problem set we've been working on at Kitbash, is how do you make an asset that can work all the way across? We deliver 18 different file formats so that each of the DCCs, it can just seamlessly work. One of the things we're also very excited about with Fab 2 is UEFN, and we're making Kitbash X Fortnite kits that will be bespoke there, that really have the flavor of Kitbash, because what UEFN is now allowing you to do in Fortnite is to make things that don't look just like Fortnite. It expands the tool palette, and the way that you can make things that look completely photorealistic is unbelievable. I mean, we've been very surprised in the early days of this, our first 6 months with it, in how far you can push it, you know, and how much you can make look so photorealistic at such a small file size. So very, very interesting and exciting opportunities that all three of you have just articulated. As we think about one of the most important parts of this, and probably a reason people are tuning into something with the word business in the title, we have to talk about how do we distribute? How do we take this team and this idea and make a product with it, and then how do we get it out there? And what are the things that you guys are thinking about when you make a plan like this? And I'd first love to talk about like the strategy around the product. When you look at the product and then you look at the market, and Michael, you already started to articulate this, what is important to you, and how far down the road are you thinking about connecting it in the process?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Ours is interesting because our distribution channel is Fortnite, similar to how someone would upload anything to YouTube or mobile games to App Store. And so, yeah, we have to think through it in a way of, a lot of people want to just put stuff on Discover and think that they'll get a great 120 million, like they'll be part of that, which would make our lives a lot easier. But yeah, it really just starts with marketing. If anyone is in here from the panel I was just on, we talked about marketing in the metaverse, and so apologies for having to hear it.
Just give us the
again, but yeah, sample size is really just, instead of just having the expectation of putting it out there and pushing a button and people finding it, you really have to develop strategy, and you have to have a marketing plan for your games. And so whether that is just a small studio who wants to dedicate resources towards social, or a larger studio that can have more of a spend or work with influencers, it's extremely important to actually put the strategy in place and make sure that you're taking your own destiny into your own hands.
It's great advice. And most people, or often entrepreneurs in the beginning, especially if you come from an art background, don't really know much about marketing, or don't actually want to engage too much with marketing. But marketing, like sales or like partnership, is just finding the right people. the people that want your solution. And there are a specific amount of people that are very, very, very excited that you're delivering a solution if it is quite helpful. And then it's just finding those people and helping to tell that story, which I think is such an important piece of the puzzle and really worth baking in. Michael and Joe, you guys have a very interesting part of your business where you're both working on games and working on movies, and you're both doing commercial projects along the way. That's something that we've seen popularized all along. You know, if I go back towards Pixar, started as making commercials while they were building the computer graphics that they were building. How do you balance the relationship? How much time do you put towards a client and building a project that's the commercial piece as opposed to doing the project that's for you? And does it even feel like that? Does it feel like this is for them and this is for me? And in Hollywood, we called it one for the reel and one for the meal.
Yes.
You know, is that for you?
Well, I think we decided to, I mean, again, like to back up, I think like your exercise in branding, like to look at branding essentially as the outer storytelling of your company, it is storytelling. So you have to focus so much on the branding and marketing of your company in and of itself. How do you design it? How do you present it? How do you speak upon it? And how do you do it in a very clear and concise fashion? I find that, you know, especially spending so much time in commercials, in advertising, that your ability to brand your product, and if it is your company, is life or death. It really is. Like, how do you communicate consistently and clearly what it is that I'm presenting? And so I think we've devoted a lot of time, I think, to Impossible Objects. Even the name Impossible Objects, I think for us, we wanted to believe in it, but that belief became the branding. And so, you know, I think, having said that, I think like how we devote ourselves to commercials versus passion projects, I think because we branded ourselves as a world-building lab, we branded ourselves intentionally as a company that utilizes a specific set of tools to do a specific set of storytelling. We're not telling you know, a single-family home dramatic film across a kitchen table. We're telling a story of grand existentialist worlds, and in the commercial space, that really often attracts a very niche set of clients. And so I think when we do commercials, we're still doing one for the reel because we're attracting the type of 30-second and 60-second projects that we do want to spend our time doing, whether it be a video game for a fantasy game, a sci-fi game, or a commercial for a car that happens to also be very science fiction oriented or styled. And oftentimes that's very synonymous with the narrative stuff that we develop and the tools that we develop for the narrative projects. So I think intentionally developing the brand of your company will also determine, am I doing stuff for the meal and the reel at the same time? And hopefully keeping that passion alive.
That is such good advice. And to think about in this one hand shakes the other kind of way, Joe just clearly articulated brand strategy, how you can take your grandest idea and then find the quick ways to bring it to market. How do you get a minimum viable product? You partner up with a commercial house and get a world built. Really interesting. Do you feel similarly around the commercial projects that you've done in UEFN?
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's something we're always trying to figure out is what the balance is historically, brands are just more consistent when it comes to revenue. Discover is not anything that's like just given. We can't project that too well, and it's just two very different business models. So we're honestly always trying to figure out what is the best balance for us. But when it comes to the two, I think the thing that makes it easy is at the end of the day, even when we're working with a brand or we're working on original IP, the end user is the player. No matter what, we're building things for the player. And so I think that makes it easy when we have brands that we can really push to keep the player first. It feels authentic and it feels good for us. So we don't mind it at all. We really enjoy it.
Well, with the time we have left, I have two more questions. I'd love it if we could talk about them quickly. The first is for people out there who are just getting going, who want to start their own business, who are looking for the opportunity. What advice do you have? And maybe we could go quickly down the aisle. Clinton, what
Sure, yeah, I actually just did that was my presentation this morning that I had.
Perfect.
So people watch it, it's gonna be online. But yeah, basically my big thing was just like cycle of recognition, which is basically like building your portfolio, building credibility, and then from there, having that credibility to basically show clients and people that you wanna do work with, hey, I can do this thing. And then from there, you get work, and then that cycle just continues. And I feel like that's just like constantly a thing you always have to remember about anything, growing a business, growing as an entrepreneur, growing as an artist, just across the board. Like the cycle of recognition just kind of continues every time.
Yeah, I would say if you're just getting started, I would just dig in and learn as much as possible. I know I mentioned it earlier, but like the mantra of be a sponge. When you're starting off, everything is overwhelming, and it doesn't have to be. If you just start somewhere, start learning, start talking to people that are in the space, and there's so much insight that is going to help and make it a lot easier.
I would say build your business about something you care about at the end of the day, because that's going to be your bedrock, that's your foundation, and that's going to be the fire that continues to burn even in the darkest of times in your business. And it's also the most exciting, catharsis when your business thrives and you attract people that share a like-minded, sensibilities. And if you build it around something you care, you're inevitably going to want to learn from other people that share the same interest in what you care about. And if you're open, then you, talking about what we were talking about earlier, you find the best versions of the idea, and so you build the best version of the company. You learn on the go in that overwhelming sea, but it's back to that core of, do I really care about this? Could I, see myself doing this for the rest of my life?
Mm-hmm. I'll add to it from the idea of striving for excellence with everything that you do, and then also knowing that you have a clock that you have to ship. And I think inevitably that means you will look back on this and go, I could have made it better. That aspect will never go away. So you have to do your absolute best and commit to releasing it despite it not being perfect. And then do that every single day and force yourself to have the discipline to put it out. Because I think we're so worried about not having it be the right way, when really what you need to do is get in the track record, and as Clinton was talking about, have the cycle then feed back onto itself, because one thing leads to another. Absolutely. In that same regard, how, if people are already out there in the business, how do they work with you? How do people,
what capacity?
People out there watching this, they say, hey,
Sure.
that sounds interesting. I want to either jump in and apply for a job with one of you, or I want to partner up and find a cool thing that I can do here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, it's just about being brave. I mean, like I was saying earlier, like I wish I could go back and tell myself, like, just do it, man, screw it. So it's like, I feel like, I mean, to say that to anyone as well, too, like just reach out, ask the people that you're interested in, like talk to the people and companies that, excite you. I mean, that's the only way you're going to ever learn more about, what they're doing, how you could get involved and things of that nature. So, I mean, it's really just about, putting your best foot forward and just trying to see what's out there. Because it's like the only way you're going to know is if you ask, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say if you're a brand looking to get into the space, if you are a studio looking just for more information or insight, or if you're a dev, we are hiring. So you can reach out to my email, michael@atlascreative.com, or reach out on LinkedIn, and I'd love to talk more with you guys.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, for us, we're a sandbox. We're very inviting, very welcoming. If you're a world builder that likes to tell stories, we'd like to tell them with you. I want to add to that about being brave, because I do think, a lot of the partners, I see the zero, that I think we've, as a company, surrounded ourselves with. It was people that we did look up to, companies that, we shared a like mindset. And some companies very senior, some companies that were peers, and companies that, you'd never think in a million years. But by being true to yourself and being open to, collaboration, I think that's, at the end of the day, starts with being brave.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I really agree.
Totally. Well, we are very, very much here at the last minutes we have, but we painted a very cool picture here, I think, together of how do we collaborate together going forward? How do we take this opportunity that is at our feet and take it very seriously? Lift this up together, because we have this really interesting and probably short window of time where if you're in this building or you're watching in this community online, you have an unbelievably awesome opportunity to contribute to what society does next. And that is one of the biggest opportunities of our time. So take that seriously. Go meet people. Put yourself out there. Be brave. Make mistakes. Listen to people. Listen to people. See, when you go out tonight, go to the event, go meet some people, listen to how they pitch. Ask them what they do. Listen to their elevator pitch and refine yours. And you'll notice as you go through this that people with really succinct and sharp elevator pitches often have really successful companies too because they've thought it all the way through. So watch that, learn. Learn and see how much you can grow because this is a very, very exciting time and we are just getting started. So thank you all so much. Please go have a wonderful evening. Be sure you see Snoop Dogg coming on next. Humongous thanks to Bill and Sierra and the rest of the Unreal team for putting this together. And we'll see y'all later.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Very much.
Very good.
That was great. Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks for
dude.
doing this.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, man. That was fun.
show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go.